Totally forgot to balance the audio on this. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. It's not like there's a lot of audio going on in here anyway. From what I know. Okay, it's not too loud. It's good. Let's close all these extra things. Of course. And my stream still says the wrong thing. Just chatting, please. Please just apply that. There we go. Huh, I wonder why that is. Because I set the stream info on Twitch before I go live on Streamlabs. And I set it on Restream as well before doing it on Twitch. So it's like Restream, then Twitch, and then Streamlabs itself. Oh well. So anyways, today we are doing something a little bit different. And I need to shut myself up. So I am currently in the midst of planning a D&D campaign for 5th edition, and I am using, or we will be using Tailspire in order to have our, we will be having our battle maps in Tailspire is what I'm trying to say. So Tailspire is a relatively new tool, if I remember correctly. Let's just check up on it actually, just to be entirely sure. How do you open the store page quickly again? There. So Tailspire came out 15th of April this year. And it's in early access still, so it's pretty dang new. But it's also really freaking cool. You might be sitting there yourself wondering, well, what can you use it for? Well, as I said, it's intended to be used for battle maps. Mostly, or I would say, if not exclusively, fantasy-based campaigns. It's almost like directly made for something like Dungeons and Dragons. So what we have here for now, at least, and this being a relatively new tool, I haven't quite gotten used to all the controls yet, which means that I will mess up very frequently, so be prepared for that. But what we have here is just a small inn that I've made like off camera at some earlier point just to try out the tool, and it took me like an afternoon. So how much is that, like 7 hours or something to make this? Which isn't too bad in my opinion, considering it was the very first time I even used this tool. It's got a little bit of a 3D modeling tool control to it. So, you know, pressing middle mouse button will rotate the camera around. You move around with WASD though, and you can zoom in as you want. And you might be thinking, well, Dragon, isn't there an issue here? Because you've made this house and stuff, or this tavern, which it is, but how do we actually get inside? Well, on the right hand side here, we have a couple of, I don't know what you want to call it, layers. One of them is the sort of reference layer of where you are. So you can see when I pull this down, it starts revealing the inner workings of things. So it's basically, you know, your reference point in terms of height. You can move that up and down and lock it as you want. I can't remember what this is. Oh yeah, this is just the camera height. Good. So we actually have an interior here as well within this battle map. So that means like if you zoom really far out once you've set this and you get closer, it sort of opens up the map, if you will, which is really, really useful, but also just a extremely cool effect. So one of the things, for instance, with this tavern in question that I tried out was to see, okay, how does the tool work with multiple levels? Because I have like this upper level here and then, you know, lower level floor in the tavern. And as a matter of fact, we also have a little secret entrance here that actually accesses a small cave underneath, which can also be accessed from the outside. And all of these tiles, as they're called, they are locked into a grid. So if I press, oh, I was already in build mode, pressing B and press space to open up the library here, we can see all the different, well, tiles, if you will. So for instance, here's a regular sand tile, and as I move this around, you can see that it's sort of like gonna snap into that one. You can move it around, and you can also rotate them by 90 degrees increments. Additionally, from these tiles, which you can stack around, which is basically the foundation of your map, you can also place down details. And details are considered things like all these rocks, for instance, or these multi-block built trees over here. And those can be rotated a little bit more freely. So if we just take a stone pillar here or whatever, hold down Alt, you can see that it's still sort of snapped into a certain degree. So what would that be? My math is terrible. 15 degree increments or something like that? Whatever. You get the gist. You can rotate them around. You can move them up and down holding control. So you can do some pretty funky stuff if you want to. Like for instance, I try, because there's no really chunky bushes in the game yet that add a lot of mass, I've sort of been using these trees as bushes for the time being. So being that it's early access, we don't have access to a lot of things quite yet. Or actually I should say, I should correct that. They have a pretty substantial library of things that we can use. From different kinds of tiles, of different styles, to a lot of details, and of course like some of the more interesting features for a battle map. Like if we, what's the controls again for that? But yeah, like you can open the doors and stuff with your tokens if you go up and interact with them. And maybe at some other point we can take a look at that if it becomes relevant. But that's just the general overview of what this is, I suppose. It's not just for building the battle maps, of course. Any people in your session would also have to buy this so that you can actually play the campaigns. But you can do basic things in here like dice rolls, which are really cool. So just to illustrate that, if I choose this dice selection here and drag it onto the tile or into the world, you actually have physically present dice here. And you can pick those up and throw them again if you need to. And these are considered dice sets, by the way. So if I make a new dice set, then they are like, you know, grouped together separately. So in a D&D campaign, for instance, different players will need different dice sets. Makes a lot of sense to have it that way then. But yeah, that's just the general gist of it. It doesn't have a lot of the more advanced features for something like map tools and such. And when I say advanced, I'm talking about macros. But I think that's perfectly fine because a battle map, in my opinion, doesn't need to have everything from damage calculations and all those tabletop aspects in the tool itself, because that's kind of what you need to be doing as a player. You need to know your class and everything. So, oh shit, I just there we go. I've been moving my camera and my setup around a little bit today because I got a new stand for the webcam, and I just noticed that I pushed something off to the side. There we go. Anyways, this is just the test tavern that I made, but something that I actually need to do for a campaign that I'm working, like planning on right now, is that I need some generic battle maps. So we're talking about stuff like a regular forest, a plain field, a underground, whatever you want, you know. And you can of course look through other people's work in here and make use of that as a like just drag that in and use that instead of your own custom stuff. But given that I could probably use some more training in using this, I think it's better that I make some myself, because that should give me like make it easier to make future battle maps. So instead of just taking the easy route, I think this is going to be more valuable. So I want to start with like a grassy field kind of area. And I know I could just put these down in like a square chessboard, or like, you know, a specific pattern or whatever, but I also kind of want to make the maps look interesting to a certain degree. So doing a bit of random rotations, staggering things like so, a little bit of random, you know, it doesn't, it's kind of what it's supposed to be, you know. Nature isn't, I know nature is kind of abiding by some mathematical concepts and stuff, but it's really hard to simulate nature without at least attempting to be a little bit random, I suppose. And I know I could use this 8x8 tile here, but I really don't like the way that it looks. Like if I put two next to each other, I know that it's like sort of seamless, but there's still a gap in between. And these, I know they use like, I guess a projection shader to get the grass texture to fit everywhere. But I rather like building with these cracks in between the tiles, because you know, it makes it more visually appealing to me, at least. And then once I've got like a sizable area, we will fill out all the in-between areas with the 1x1s. Don't know how big I want to make this though, because it's supposed, so this is just going to be an open field, right? So it doesn't hurt to make it extra large, but we'll want to make a couple different fields so that there's a little bit of variation. The way that I've kind of been thinking on doing it is to create these variations, and then during the campaign, if a fight happens in an open field, I'll have like maybe 4 to 6 different grassy fields to choose from that will be all similar in size, and then I'll just do a dice roll on which one to use, because that hopefully should prevent it from feeling samey, you know. There'll be a lot of generic fights in open areas, so to try and avoid repetitiveness on the battle maps, I kind of want to spoil my players a little bit by giving them a bit of variation. Okay, I think we can slowly fill in this here. And, you know, just making an open field like this with a couple bushes and stuff, maybe some terrain height just to make it interesting. You know, that shouldn't take too long. Oops. Yeah, and you can also do that. You can also do like drag out here, but so you notice that it doesn't rotate them randomly. So kind of not using that feature because of that reason. Because just a little bit of rotation can help make everything seem more organic, if you will. And it doesn't have to be perfect. You know, people usually don't tend to notice the small details unless they go hunting for them, so I'm not too worried about those, god damn it, things in particular. We could also make like a grassy field with a road, for instance, just to have a bit of variation in that sense, because the road won't really, like, I guess from a storytelling perspective, it's probably important to have like variants of areas with and without roads, I suppose. So backpedaling a little bit on that one, but I'll just have to think about it a little bit. Okay, seems like we're getting into like up to like a pretty decent size on this area. And like I could reuse this whole area, of course, as a template and then just build on top of like copies of this, you know? But when you're, if I were to make, say, 6 variations using this area as a template, like the ground floor, that would begin to be a little bit noticeable, I think. So not too worried about it. But man, I've got like so much stuff that I need to do for this campaign still. I have asked the people that I am planning it for, though, and it seemed like they were pretty cool with trying to stream it as well. So once we get into like the campaign, the actual campaign begins, should be pretty good. Okay, so let's see. I mean, we're already at the board, right? So that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was settings, maybe? No. It's just the atmosphere settings. What I want to do is I want to rename it. How did you do that again? Publish a copy. Go to board, set default. No. Don't want to delete it for sure. Oh, I think it's up here. There we go. What do we call this? Grass. Or we could also just call it plains 1. There we go. Keep it simple, I suppose. I don't know quite if I want to add some 3-dimensionality to it. I'll have to think about that. Because I don't want to add like a lot of stones and trees unless... Oh, actually, maybe we should. Maybe we should actually do that. Add some 3-dimensionality to it. Because that's one of the really good strengths of using something like Tailspire, is that you can quite quickly and easily add some 3-dimensionality to your boards, which is a little bit harder to achieve with if you're doing like a regular pen and paper session and you're just using a linoleum battle map, because you draw it all out and it's all 2D, and trying to account for height differences on a 2-dimensional plane is a little bit hard for people to conceptualize. So at least in all the campaigns that I've played in the past, we never ever used any like 3-dimensional movement, because it was just too much work to deal with. But with this, it's right there. You just move your token or whatever onto a heightened position, and then there you go. Of course, you still need to account for the fact that you might be that moving up and down a surface has like movement penalties. I'm not entirely sure. But you know, I'm sure people can figure that out pretty easily. It's just a matter of getting used to it. All the hard parts are definitely taken care of, at least. Okay, so I think this is about as much of a base plate we need in order to continue working with details. So we have a few rock options, but not too many. And these are rather massive, but we can, you know, we can just drag them down so that we get some three-dimensionality going. And trying to make it look less blocky as well. And I would definitely recommend, like, if you yourself are into making battle maps, and you consider using this tool, definitely use the tiles as your base, because they prevent a lot of visual ugliness, but also help you sort of block out the design. It's like something level designers use all the time. Just a little bit different in that sense normally, though. Seeing as in level design you don't really have pretty assets 90% of the time. But you get the drift. And of course, like in this case, for instance, you can't stand on this tile, which is perfectly fine, because in the game the token will automatically move up if it's not too steep of an incline. And also in cases like these, you know, you can still stand here, but if you were to say stand on this tile here, as a GM, I would maybe consider that being a squeeze, something you also don't get to use that much, at least in my experiences. A lot of battle maps that I've seen and just been using in the past, like making my own, you usually don't think too much about the geometry of rooms and world spaces to the point where you're worried about whether or not something's considered a squeeze. Just as one example. But, you know, realistically speaking, it's definitely something that should be of a concern or taken into account when playing D&D, as it makes it more immersive, I feel. Some people would maybe say that, oh, okay, using too many of the gamey mechanics can get in the way of the role play, and I'm a strong believer that you do you. It's up to the players if they want to, like, how deep they go, and it's your job as a GM to figure out exactly, like, to what degree of realism you should go with your players. And I think it's okay to make a compromise and say, like, oh, okay, so you, player A, want like really realistic stuff in order to get your needs fulfilled, if you will. But then player B, you're totally fine with role-playing your way out of the situation, and you don't really want to be limited by rules. Then I think it's perfectly fine that rules apply differently to those two different players, so that they both get what they want. Because that's, you know, that's what pen and paper, generally speaking, is supposed to be, fun. So if your players aren't having a good time because the rules are getting in the way, then maybe it's about time you reconsider how you're running your campaign. But that's just, you know, that's just something I've picked up talking to other players. I've not been like this myself either, like always. So, okay, so we do actually have some smaller rocks here too. Don't know what. This looks more like a. This doesn't look random enough. Just be used as stones. Autumn trees. Okay. I could try something a little bit interesting here. Have like a dead tree on one of these. Oh yeah, and that's also another thing with this. Calculating or taking into account stuff like cover and such is a little bit easier when you have a three-dimensional representation, because there's no arguing that when you draw a line from this character into the world space, which by the way we can do, I think it's this thing. Yeah, so if I draw a line from, you know, down here, right, like this. No, that's a cone. That's not what I want. I think it's this one. There we go. Yeah, so if I draw a line from here up to here, or where, oh god damn it, okay. Yeah, as I said, controls. But you get the point. If I draw a line and it doesn't, like, something gets in the way, it's way easier to visualize when you have it out in the world like this. Which goes back to my point I was saying, like, on a two-dimensional battle map, making those measurements, let's call it, is a little bit tougher, as you kind of just have to guesstimate it 90% of the time. Okay, so don't press Control C when using the measurement tool, because that Control Z is stuff in the build mode. Actually, let's, I wonder, so if I place this tree and go out of build mode and I press Control, okay, so yeah, okay, that's really useful to know. So if I go out of build mode and I press Control C, it doesn't actually undo things by accident. Like if you were to do it by what do you call it, out of habit, then you don't accidentally remove something important. And when you do go back to build mode, it still keeps the history there, so you can actually still undo things. Okay, so what else do we have? Ooh, this gnarly tree looks really cool. I can't remember. I don't think you can tilt things in this game though. Like, you can only rotate it around its own axis. So, you know, I couldn't tilt this to be like 90 degrees the other way around, I'm pretty sure. See here? Because it's Alt to rotate, and you know, it rotates in increments. God damn it. There we go. So there are a few limitations in terms of how wild you can get. So for instance, with these crystals, you're kind of bound to that rotation, or sorry, the angle at which it is tilting. So unless the developers implement a specific thing that you want in a certain way, then it just doesn't exist and it's not possible. Like, for instance, if I wanted to use this crystal but in red, it's currently not possible. That actually reminds me though, I wonder, that could be really cool if they did that. Made the texture grayscale and allowed you to actually just use like a color wheel to change the coloring of it instead. Should be easy to do with things that are like this, for instance. Or heck, even use some more advanced filtering options. But I guess that would be a bit more GPU intensive, I suppose. But you could do it with a shader. Could definitely do it with a shader. And the reason why I kind of thought about that for a moment is because I've been using oh crap, what is it called again? I keep forgetting what it's called. Did I? No, I did not. Ah, it's a world map editing tool. What's it called again? Shit. Incarnate. Or Incarnate. I don't know how I want to pronounce it. Incarnate, I suppose it's pronounced. You can use that to make battle maps, world maps, and city maps, which I highly recommend if you're looking for like a tool for that. It's all, let's just add that to a bookmark. So, oh right, I'm a dum-dum. I already did. Just ignore that. It's not RimWorld. Oh, I guess I missed Andre. God damn it. Yeah, I was so like enamored in my explanation that I completely missed chat. Oh well. That's fine though. I've got RimWorld planned for the weekend, but I need. Oh, you are here. Oh, okay. I was a little bit wondering because it doesn't list you in the users for some reason. Huh. How dare you miss me? Yeah, I'm sorry, Andre. Yeah, I'm trying to stream something a little bit different today. Sorry, it's not RimWorld, but nah, I invisible. All right. But yeah, it's like if I don't do this like during the weekdays, I won't ever get this campaign up and running. So it's kind of that's kind of where we're at, I suppose. So it's either I stream it and you get to see what I'm up to, or I don't. Like it's just that simple. So how can we maybe use these to make it interesting? I guess that could work. So yeah, you run it as a DM. Yes, I do. It's I can actually give you a little bit of a taste if you would like. Well, not okay, maybe not so much of a taste, but I can give you an idea of what it is. Let's see, where is it located again? Actually, I might just be able to just load up Incarnate, because it kind of goes together with this. Edit map. Change this. Try playing D&D but always failed. You always failed, in what sense? Okay, hopefully my computer isn't gonna melt down from this. Because Incarnate is also really intensive. It's a browser-based application though. Every campaign either got cancelled or everybody left. Yeah, that's like such a shame because that's... But it's also... I think that's like 90% of... Not 90%, like 70% of all campaigns end prematurely because of that, and a lot of people don't get into it because of those reasons. And it's unfortunate. But this is what I've been working on so far. Just gonna make sure that it actually fits. Ah, right. Working dynamic scaling and stuff. But this is Trion's Divide. Oh, nope, don't do that. Which is the setting in which the campaign is located at, or going to be located at. It's based off a map that I've used in a previous campaign, but I've slowly been converting it into Incarnate here, which it's still not finished, but it's slowly getting there. So yeah, I should probably just always keep these things full screen like this. Okay. So the campaign will start out here in Minas Rest, and they'll have to like go on a journey from there. This is where they sort of meet up. And then the last campaign, or when I actually ran the campaign back then, the players didn't explore more than this general area. So all this extra stuff isn't really relevant yet, but it's like the idea or the concept for the setting is that I wanted to create a D&D world back then which included all the different wacky races that you could find. So what I did was that I wanted to create a world that had 3 major factions and then sort of divide the world in 3 parts, hence the name Trion's Divide, where you have the southwestern or the western area, which is like stuff like fey creatures, elves, centaurs, minotaurs, that kind of stuff, basically. Whereas in the north, you have the more human-esque races. So obviously humans belong here, but also halflings, gnomes, dwarves, warforged are also going there. And then we have the southeastern area, which is for the more rough races, if you will. So that's kind of where Dragonborn, Orcs, and all those kinds of races go. And then, as they are 3 different factions, they are also at war with each other. And the idea is that they are fighting over a precious mineral in the form of crystals that they can use, that they are using to furthering their own civilizations in different ways. And each of the different factions also has Goliaths of where I assume they would probably be down here in the southeastern area as well. Like I tried to include all the races from 4th edition back then, but you know, they keep expanding and everything, so. But that's the general gist, that they are like 3 different races at war with each other, and they're using these crystals in different ways in order to further their technologies. And I also wanted to make a lot of things possible in this campaign, so flying airships is not a problem. Hovering magical vehicles is not a problem. Basically a campaign where everything can be possible. That's the general gist. And the way that I introduce players into the world is that it's this mystical, like it's a mythical world location or world or plane or whatever you want to call it, where people have a hunch that they exist, but they aren't able to go there deliberately, and people from this area don't have the ability to leave willingly. And of course, all of that's tied to some magical phenomena in the background story. So it would be possible to murder all the rulers. Possibly. I haven't quite thought about this. I know in D&D you get quite powerful, like the end game is basically you're a god and stuff, but don't let the scale of the map deceive you. As I said, like the previous campaign didn't, like they made it to Lantern Town and initiated a quest there. So they've been to 2 cities, and that was over the span of like a year's worth of campaign, if not more. And that's how far we got. And we played I think every weekend or every second weekend with like a solid group. But that was also during university, so it was quite you know, doable back then. But considering it didn't get further than this, the scale of this universe is pretty big, I would say. It takes quite a lot of time in universe to travel between just the Maze of 1,000 Faces to the to Miner's Rest. Like that's several weeks worth of travel. Okay, Andre. Yeah, I could talk about this for ages, but that's the general gist of it. And you know, I'm just making battle maps because if I don't, then we can't really fight anywhere. But yeah, feel free to come by later for sure. Anyways, let's get back into Tailspire. Okay, so how far are we with this? Kind of want to see what options we have when it comes to plant life. Because I know we have like a mossy rock wall here for some reason. I don't really know exactly what the application for this would be, other than like a closed off area. like old human made or humanoid made, but now deteriorating or whatever. Got some poison ivy. Poison ivy is always like a go-to game developer thing for covering up areas to make them more nature-like and feel more green, I suppose. So we should definitely take a page out of that book and use it to our own. So see, this is like where I would love to use this poison ivy, but on a different plane. Snap to surface prop. Okay. Yeah, so if I hold down X, it'll snap it to a surface or a prop, but you know, you can't really. I don't think, I'm pretty sure you can't at least. I could be misremembering, but I mean, alt is your rotation. Yeah, and this is just toggling grid-based things. Does it even say down there? No. Shift move tile on plane. Move it up and down. Alt is rotate. Yeah, I don't think we can actually rotate that one. But I would love to be able to like have that ivy like actually down the side of the rocks there. Because that means that now I actually have to do something like this in order to get the same effect, where we'll have to. Oh, this one also goes along the floor. God damn it. Where we do like some, just paste in a bunch of these in order to get the effect that I want. Because poison ivy is supposed to like cover a whole area. It doesn't usually grow in like singular vines like this, as far as I know. My mom has like one on, or I don't know if she still has it, but she's had one at some point on the wall to her house in the garden. And that one always tended to like go from the floor, go up, and then you know the leaves come down, so it grows like a tree sort of outwards. And in the hometown that I grew up, we also have like a what's it called again? Because I know it's different when you're in the US and stuff, but over here is basically a high school equivalent. And that building was covered in poison ivy. Like ridiculous amounts of it. What are these? So are these also? Yeah, so this is like the bush kinds that we get, but they're more like ferns, aren't they? Kind of really oversized too, it feels like. That's another thing I really hope they make, is like the ability to, god damn it, easily scale things dynamically, so you're not set to a certain scale of a prop, because that would really increase the reusability of a lot of these assets. Because if I could, like, I could take just this one prop, rescale it down to a smaller size, and use that around to create like some, you know, more organic, like spreading out of the plants or whatever. I know it's a battle map, so obviously you also need to consider that it needs to be easy to read the map itself on where you can and cannot stand. But still, it would be kind of cool to be able to have more control over these things. But yeah, with Incarnate, for instance, I didn't show it, but it's really versatile. Like, actually, really, really versatile. So if I just go back to I should probably have just left it open. But for instance, I can show you this real quickly, I suppose. Loading map. But you can tweak the settings of all your assets. So just to give you an example, these, and I know this looks really low res, but don't worry about that. But for instance, these are like these crystal like things here, they're actually mountain tops of the same type as the ones in the very background here. The only difference is that they're squeezed together on the horizontal axis, and you can set the filtering options for everything. So for instance, if I take these mountains here, you can even see it now that they're the exact same. But you can do some really cool stuff where we say like 50% width, so it looks more spiky and crystally. And now you can almost already see that it's down there. And the reason why it's blue is because you can change the hue of the thing through the filters. And you can bump the saturation up so that it becomes really nice and vibrant. You can also change the brightness of the thing so it feels like seems more like it's glowing. And you can even, if you wanted to, change the contrast if it's required. And you can even do even more cool things. Like you can also change the blend mode of this, which obviously isn't super useful for this use case, but I've used the exact same thing over here underneath this floating island to create a more textured rock shape, if you will. Oh, and again, like crystals in this tree are also the same mountains here and around, so there's a lot of cool ways you can do. Like for instance, this haunted forest is also the same trees. I've just lowered the brightness of the assets so that the ones out here, they're like slightly less bright, and then in here they're all about the same, really dark. And the same goes for painting all the textures in. So let's see a good example. Like for instance, down here, all of this sandy texture is all the same. It's just brightness variations of the same thing, so that you get this height difference. Now this map, as I said earlier, isn't done, so there's a lot of work to do, and I've only been working on this for like 2 days last week to try and also learning how to use the tool. So you know, there's way more when it comes to this map, and I will probably go into more detail into Incarnate when it becomes more relevant. So for the time being, just know that there's some really cool things. I really hope that they implement some of those features in here. Like for instance, wouldn't it be cool if we could change the like if these grass tiles, for instance, were actually, oh shit, I should probably hide this. There we go. These grass tiles were actually a grayscale mapping instead, and you could change the color of the actual grass, for instance. And the same with these rocks, for instance. If you wanted to match up the rocks with the dirt on the side here, you know, you could probably achieve that with a simple shader, with some of the same settings like brightness, hue, saturation, all that good stuff. Naturally though, that would make Tailspire more performance heavy, seeing as then you have some dynamic, what do you call it, shaders instead of these, what I assume are just going to be static shaders, or whatever you want to call them, like standardized ones. Have some fancy shader processing going on. And that's where Incarnate is like a little bit, like it has that added flexibility, because Incarnate doesn't give you a high resolution representation of everything when you're working with it, because the way it's supposed to be used is that you use the Incarnate website or tool, if you will, to build your battle maps, or well, battle maps you can make, but battle maps, city maps, and world maps. And then once you're done, you compile them, which will produce a higher resolution image. of your choosing. Like you can choose how high resolution you want to go, and then you want to put that on something like World Anvil, or share it to your player group in some other way. Okay, I think we're about where I want to be with this. So it's like a plains area, which is, you know, to help it feel less barren and empty, we put some height variations on the sides here. But when in combat, you know, the group would be situated somewhere around this central area. But it does provide some strategic options if there's a ranged character in the party that wants to get some distance to the enemies, and it also gives them the opportunity to actually gain height on them. And I don't quite remember the rules for climbing, but you know, there's gonna be a difference on getting up from this side here as to doing it here, especially if you want to go for the plants or something. But I think this plains is good, so let's do another one. Starting with a fresh new canvas. Just creatively gonna call this plains 2. Oh, right, actually, that reminds me. Let's go back to plains 1 for a second, because there's something I didn't quite try out. So something else that we can do here too is we can also change the board surface color. There we go. I think this is a bit better maybe. So instead of having it completely gray, we can change it to like brown or green even. Should we do brown or should we do green? I think the brown sort of is a better fitting color since it sort of goes in with the dirt there. The green could also be considered cool because it makes it feel like it's a bigger grassy area than it actually is. Okay, I think we're gonna stick with the green one and the white one for snowy areas. That is actually like probably a good way to use these, because I use that for the interdimensional tavern, as it's called as well, where the board itself is actually blue instead of dark. It helps make it feel like the ocean is wider, further out than it actually is. I mean, it goes on forever or whatever, but you know, the sandy parts stop down there. Like you could also do it like this, but then it just makes the whole thing look a little bit nasty water. Which it probably would be in real life, but you know, let's be honest, it's a fantasy setting, so why not use that to our advantage? Okay. Let's go back into build mode. And then start off with a brand new randomized placement of things. I know it's like gonna be a really quiet stream with no music or anything going on. And normally I would probably have some music going in the background when doing level design basically. But because I haven't quite found or worked on a solution to getting music on stream so that you guys can and me can basically share some music that way, without getting copyright claimed or whatever, and then still have a VOD basically, because that's the main problem. Anything that gets recorded here gets just sent straight to a VOD, and I tend to archive those for people who might be interested in taking a look to see what's going on, you know. But I know there is, as far as I know, I've been told by a friend of mine on another Discord. He also streams, by the way. His name is Cyberfatty on Twitch. And he has been messing around with it a little bit, and he said that oh yeah, there's a way that you can apparently, what do you call it, put your background music on a separate audio track and get it filtered out so that it gets sent to the live part of your stream, but it doesn't get stored, like it doesn't become part of your VOD. However, I don't know if it's possible to use that thing yet, since I'm using Restream to get a bit of a further outreach, and Restream works a little bit differently than if you're streaming directly to Twitch. And some of the solutions I have been looking at seemed like you kind of needed to stream directly to Twitch for it to work, but I am no expert yet. So I'll maybe have a look at it, or I will probably have a look at it again at some other point in time, but for the time being at least, this is just what we have. And besides, it's very possible that people probably won't have the same music taste as me, so just to make it more inclusive, I suppose, I decide for now not to mess with on-stream music. It just complicates things. Okay, do we need it to be bigger than this? Okay, I don't quite like the shaping down here. Let's do something like that. And then a bit of 1x1 tiles just to break up the shape a little bit. Because there's no point in making like even this extension here, if you will, is a little bit might be a little bit unnecessary. You know, you don't need to make your battle maps exceedingly big. Of course, they shouldn't be too small either, which sometimes I feel like when I see a lot of battle maps that are made like professionally, especially dungeons, I always get this feeling that they just seem way too cramped. It's like, oh, here's a 1x1 hallway, like, or a 2x1 hallway, like too wide hallway that only goes on for like 6 tiles or something. And I kind of get it, like, you don't want to make the dungeon a slog to go through because you need to spend turns to actually move your tokens around with actual movement speed or whatever. But still, like, there's a lot of rules when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons which you just can't apply in a 1x1 hallway or even like a 2 wide hallway. And I get, like, space-wise, you know, if XP to level 3 made a relatively recent video about it where they basically visualized how much space you actually have when doing D&D moves and stuff, and just, you know, how much character space you have, how much space a character in the universe standing like one tile right next to each other, how much you would actually have. And they also tried to do like some maneuvers or moves, if you will, from that you would see in D&D, like, oh, what happens if one person moves away? For instance, you get an attack of opportunity, right? And then why is that? Like, would this person even be able to hit the person as soon as they step away? Basically, that's the logic, right? And then they also tried timing it, if I remember correctly. So, like, how fast would you actually have to swing your weapon in order to get a certain amount of attacks in that characters at higher levels can do, which can become quite ridiculous, to be honest. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, we got this Palisade toolset as well recently. This is like a newer tile set that they added, which is, it looks really cool actually. I'm definitely going to make use of this for some things. Could be cool to make like a small goblin encampment or something with this. Or even if you have like, you know, a setting where, oh, a town is under attack, then you just make like the facade of the outskirts of town or whatever, where you're like helping out, or the players are helping out. Could be kind of cool. There's no gate though. I guess you would have to use some of the gates from the other tiles. Or is it a separate thing? I know the tavern, I used the door, but where did I find those? Merchant doors. There we go. I'm just of course they made a palisade door. But yeah, it's like go out of build mode here. We can actually open these, which is really cool. It's nothing too crazy, but it's enough to like build, like you need this for battle maps obviously. Because if you're in a dungeon and you have a door, you need your people need to be able to open it to pass through. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. Okay, so let's do, oh yeah, I think we need, I want to do some not rural, nature. I want to do a bit of height variation here too. They want to take a look at these tiles though. These are more for like forested or jungle like areas, so probably won't be using these for this tile or this area. It's even like a small pond, which looks kind of goopy, to be honest. But why would you use this one? Because you can actually add water into the map, so why not just use that, and then you can make the lake any shape you want. I get it, it doesn't have the what do you call it, the mossy clumps around, but I think that being able to make your own shapes is way more valuable. Okay, so let's get some height variations in here. I think doing some over here would be fine. This one. And I mean, from a performance perspective, this game is running like 140 FPS right now for me. And I haven't personally encountered any issues with it. And I would imagine that even though these tiles look really good and stuff, they are actually quite low poly. And usually when it comes to video games, anything that's static should be fine, as long as you're batching them together so that the GPU renders them all at the same time. A good example of this is with Ark Survival Evolved, for instance. When that first came out into early access, and for a long time, I have a strong suspicion that they weren't rendering everything as like, they weren't combining meshes and then rendering them as a singular thing. I'm back for a bit, or not. Okay, it's okay. But yeah, basically the general gist is that your CPU tells your GPU what things it needs to render. And the problem arises if your CPU has to tell the GPU like 3,000 times every frame that it needs to draw something. Because that's a really large number of instructions to give to the GPU, and those CPUs are made for processing things like these. It's like one of the main reasons why you experience lag in video games, especially for like block building games and stuff that aren't voxel based, because every single entity or whatever might be rendered individually. As soon as you batch them together though, like GPUs can these days especially can render a lot of stuff, no problem. But if you don't have like the game optimized to a point where it's the CPU can like get a breather, it just gets clogged by not being able to send these instructions fast enough. And with Ark Survival Evolved, the problems arise when you start building your own structures, because each single wall and ceiling piece and floor and whatever you build in there usually was considered like a single thing, and they were rendered individually, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't have any proof or whatever, but that's just what my hunch is, because that's when the problems arose, was when people started building things and getting into the thousands of game objects or whatever it's called in the Unreal Engine. Nowadays though, it's definitely better, and I can imagine the pain of trying to get this stuff working properly for something like Ark, because you can't just simply group everything together and say like render this all at once, because there's another concept too that I want to mention, and that's render culling. And render culling basically just means that you're not rendering things if it's obstructed. So a case in point would be, in a shooter, you might be standing on the like opposite side of a room with a wall in between you and the room. So you're rendering the wall on the outside and everything that you can see outside, of course. Well, you might most likely not be rendering the inside until you are no longer occluded to the point where you can actually see what's inside, which is, you know, a really good way of usually dealing with not rendering, because you don't need to render stuff you can't see anyways, right? But in the case with Ark, for instance, because all these structures are built very dynamically, and in some cases even like the structures aren't completely sealed either. There's like all these small gaps everywhere, because for some reason they didn't decide to make it a proper grid-based building system. It's all like getting weird offsets, and there's some weird quirks in their building system that you can like look up and stuff if you want to, but it basically makes it really hard to do any kind of render culling in that game as well. And the problem with just batching game objects together is that when you batch things together that way, usually it also means that all those things get rendered at the same time, which means that if you can see just a single part of any of these batched objects, then everything gets rendered, regardless of whether or not it's behind a wall or whatever. And obviously that's good for your CPU, but it's bad for your GPU. So for games that have these dynamic things, like building systems and such, it's tricky, because you have to balance this tightrope where you either have to sacrifice CPU processing power and then put it on the GPU, or vice versa. And it's the same thing with memory. Like, that's why Minecraft is so memory intensive. There's so many things that get stored in there. Specifically also, I assume, in order to prevent you from having to process things while the game is running. So I assume that for Tailspire, all the tiles here, for instance, they are batched together so that they get all rendered at once. And it's very likely that there's no render culling in this, because you see everything from a top-down perspective for like the majority of the time. Like you can put it at some really extreme angles, you know, and if I built like a long ass stretch of land here, it would all be in frame. But you can do a lot of stuff to avoid those issues, and I don't think it's a primary concern for them, because if you really have those performance issues, just turn the camera, goddammit. It's a battle map. You're not supposed to like see it from a first person perspective necessarily. Unless you want to get like a shot of a building or whatever that's really tall, but you can't really do that. So anyway, so I don't think we need to do much more in terms of rock formations. I just wanted to like outline them similar to the other map. Let's do some dead trees though. Something like that. Is this a burned tree? It looks like it. But yeah, video game optimizations is there's so many things you can do. Like another common. Oh, hey Kevin. How are you doing today? Good to see you around. Maybe we should just use these rocks here. That could be cool. To break off the boxiness of this shaping here. Doing good. Well, I'm doing fine myself. I'm just preparing some D&D stuff. And I wanted to try and share it with people so that I get an idea of whether or not it's something people would be interested in. I kind of want to try and use these as bushes. I know these are supposed to be trees, but they kind of work as bushes as well. Come on, there. You're preparing to move, yeah. Yeah, I haven't really seen you around much, and I was thinking that that's probably what you were up to based off, you know, what's been going on over in your life recently. Must be exciting to move. I mean, it's not the first time you move, of course, but still is a little bit different, I suppose. Yeah, this kind of works, I guess. I really hope that they make some lumpy bushes that have some mass to them. It's like one of my most frequently used assets when using level designing kits or game designing kits like these. Can maybe try and sell the illusion a little bit better by incorporating some of these plants here. But like for instance in this case, you know, see they have like this separate plant here, which is, I assume, using some of the same textures as the other one, and it's just slightly smaller. But why not just allow us to scale these things? Because then we could use both models interchangeably in any size that we want, without having the developers need to like both make but also clutter up the sort of inventory here with multiple similar assets. Have a month where you have to sleep on a friend's couch. Never done that before. Yeah, absolutely haven't done that before, right? Yeah, and you start the next week. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, Because if you hadn't moved yet, how are you going to do the job if it's too far away? Oh my god, so you gotta do it in a month? Like, just be there for a month? Oh my god, okay, so where are you moving your stuff to? Just a deposit or something? Sounds like a pain in the ass. I really wish we had some more flowers to work with. Just to sprinkle some coloring in. But again, like this flower, for instance, here, it could be used kind of in a generic way. Like it would be cool to be able to change the color of the actual flower petals to something else through like some shader or manipulation options or something. Probably a bit of a lot of work to implement now because these assets weren't made for it. So unless they planned that ahead of time, you know, they wouldn't be able to implement that just like that. So that friend is living in Colling and I have to work in Colling, so I have to sleep on his couch for a month or so. Yeah, got another friend to borrow his basement where we're not sure if there's enough room, but here goes nothing. Yeah, I guess you don't really have much of a choice either, so it is what it is, I suppose. I mean, you have previous experience, so should be fine, right? Okay, let's try and add some dynamic feel to this little rock just because it felt like a bit too boxy. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, how much more do I want to do this one? Oh, we also have mushrooms. Again, like, would be cool to be able to tweak the colors of things. Because again, like, I know there's a fly amanita, whatever they're calling in. Very commonly depicted poisonous mushrooms. But I mean, if we could change the color settings, that would be really cool. Oh, I didn't even notice that we have bamboo. Probably... Oh, so that's what those are. These are bamboo shoots. Oh, that makes sense now. Yeah, I can see that now. But they're like so far apart though. Ooh, these are also kind of cool. But these are like... Yeah, the things aren't quite sorted too well or like distributed too well in this menu yet. Start 1st of June and got the apartment from 1st of July. Those high pressure situations are coming back to you every now and then. Yeah, just like when the epidemic hit and you needed a place to stay, right? But at least you've got connections, I suppose. So you could be way worse off. Let's try and implement some of these vines again. Just because the vines are kind of cool, and it also helps break up the shape of these rocks a little bit, so makes them feel... makes it feel less like I've just used the same model like a billion times. Would really love to have at least 3 variations of all these major landscape elements like these rocks though. Just so that we could have some variation. Because as soon as you have like 3 shapes, I feel that's like around where the magical number lies. That's when you can do enough with it, I would say, to make it feel less repetitive. I mean, this is already pretty good, but you know, we can do better. So thankful for your friends. Like, you really have the best friends you could imagine. I guess. Depends on what you can imagine, though. Again, like, this is the same log and they're using the exact same pattern for the flowers, so I wouldn't be surprised if that might even share like a texture atlas. Who knows, maybe they even ripped off the exact same models. The same goes for the poison ivy there. It looks like just they ripped it out and then they just scaled it up and morphed it a little bit. Let's do something like this, maybe. I know it clips in a little bit. There we go. I think this is okay. So now we've got planes 2 and we've got planes 1. Okay, we're getting there. Let me just change the board settings though, so that it comes a little bit. There we go, that's much better. Bad's friends is sad. Your girlfriend only has a handful of friends and they really are not good friends, so you feel quite fortunate. What kind of sick bastard would hold on to a birthday gift for almost 10 years to give it to me? Yeah. Well, actually, I don't remember if I told you about that figure that Henrik and I gifted you. We've also been like keeping it safe on shifts. So like when we bought it, I think Henrik took it back home to his place, and then, or maybe no, I had it at my place, and then when I moved together with Henrik, when I moved out like all those years ago, he kept it in his room, and then when he moved out, it was back in my hands. Sounds funny. It's a pretty, I think it's a pretty cool story. So in high school, Amopeka and I, we went to high school together for a couple of years, and at some time during high school we went to, or there was a trip to Dublin, planes free, and unfortunately Kevin couldn't partake in that for various reasons. And when we were there, we went to a store that sells all kinds of nerd-based paraphernalia and stuff. So like dragon figurines of really high quality, or things from video games, that kind of stuff, comics, etc. And we found this it was, what was his name again? It's World of Warcraft figurine, and it's Rottingham, right? Yeah, it's the ghoul, Rottingham ghoul. Let's see if we can find it here. Oh, this one. So we found that in the store, and we were like, Kevin isn't here, and it's his birthday soon. And he had invited us to a beach party, which unfortunately didn't end up happening, but that's life. But we decided to buy this, like split the cost. It wasn't super expensive when we did it, if we did it that way. And we're like, oh, okay, we'll bring this back to him and use it as a birthday present from my friend Henrik and I. And since the birthday never happened, no party, no presents, and we were like, well, fuck, what do we do with this present now? Well, we kind of agreed that we would just wait until Kevin had the time to host this party then, because basically I can't remember what the reasoning why it didn't happen. Yeah, and you moved to another country like shortly after, right? Because you also stopped the education and things changed in your life, so the beach party just was on a near permanent hiatus. And by the time we finished high school, he he still hadn't held any of these this infamous beach party. So we kind of never got the opportunity to give him the gift that we bought for various reasons. And then time just ended up passing by. Henrik and I started university together on the same education. We lived together in like a small student apartment, like 3-room apartment and stuff for a while, and we kind of just kept our hands on this gift and we're like, we'll get an opportunity eventually to give it to him. It's gonna happen soon. At some point it has to happen, right? But it just never did. And we ended up finishing university, and it wasn't until last year when the epidemic struck around, this time of the year over here, or at least, it struck a little bit sooner than this, but in Denmark at least, it didn't, like the lockdown started happening around this time. And as a result, Kevin here, Amopeka, he was living at a school home, which is basically a place that you can rent when you're taking an education, so that you have a place to stay while doing it. And the rent's all, like, it's just a single room usually, and then like you pay for getting food made for you at the cantina and stuff, and you basically live in this school home. But because the government decided that all schools needed to close down, like with immediate effect, he basically got like a, 12 or 24-hour notice that they had to pack up their shit and leave, essentially. Like literally no freaking time to do anything. 12 hours, yeah, it wasn't even 24. And Kevin's situation is that his family doesn't live in Denmark, which means that he didn't really have any place to go either, for a couple of other reasons. He couldn't go back to his parents either. So like, fuck, what do you do then? And he doesn't have a car. There's like a reason why he was living at a school home. Yeah, I didn't want to mention that. I would let you mention that. I don't want to dox you and say things you're not comfortable with. So, feel free to add in where you feel appropriate. I at least try. But basically he didn't have any place to go, and with such a short notice, like even with friends and stuff, who do you call in that situation? Because not just anyone can suddenly have you living at your place for an unspecified amount of time, Ghostbusters, yeah. Brokebusters. So Kevin went and got to stay with, it was a friend from school, right? As a temporary solution. And he was like basically going back to his parents. So you were going back to his parents together, and into his old bedroom or whatever. And obviously that's not a good solution. 2 guys in a small closed off bedroom. And what was it? Was it out on the countryside, or was it like an old farm building or something? Because you said something about the air quality in that room wasn't exactly the best. And yeah, Kevin basically has asthma, so obviously not the best. Yeah, 20 minutes from the nearest town, so it's really out there. It's probably an old farm house building, whatever, with poor ventilation and what else you could think of. And Kevin has asthma, and two people in a small room, it's just a recipe for disaster. So I read on the news what was going on with all the schools and stuff, and that got me kind of worried about how Kevin's situation was like, so I hit him up to hear what was going on there. And one thing led to another, and basically, yeah, let's say they also got moisture problems. I think you know what that means. And basically, it meant that the day after I contacted Kevin, he was basically already on his way up here. Because I proposed to him that, well, it's not perfect, but I at least have room for people, like at least another person, if he was willing to live in a living room instead of a old farmhouse. Maybe exaggerating a little bit, but you get the gist. But that meant that Kevin had to live here for like an unspecified amount of time, and the only thing sleeping wise that I could offer him was a very, like, relatively speaking, thin fold out mattress, which wasn't really good for long-term use. Or he would have to sleep on my couch, which is like a 2.5 person couch width-wise. So being, the height that he is, would have been like a little bit of a problem if he had to sleep in it. But yeah, it wasn't really made for his body type and weight, or body shape and weight. Let's just say it like that. We did also have a little incident, but we can get to that later. But basically, he stayed here for like, how long was it? 3 months or something, while everything got cleared out. Because it was fucking chaos, dudes. Like, imagine you don't know when you, like, when you can go and pick up your things again. Because here's the really crazy part. Not only did the school home close down because all the schools were told to close down, but they weren't allowed to return to gather their shit at a later point either. So they literally had 12 hours to pack all the things they needed. And if they forgot anything, tough luck. Like, you're just screwed. There's nothing you can do. Incident. Yeah. And that means Kevin didn't have his desktop PC because he had to go here by train. He only had like a single bag's worth of clothes, and whatever he could carry on his person. So yeah, it wasn't great. And then the uncertainty of everything involved, like not knowing when it would be over and stuff, because no one knew anything at the time. It was just fucking ridiculous. And also, like, the economic side of everything involved. Like, what does a person like Kevin do in a situation like this? Because he can't just, on the whim, rent an apartment for an unspecified amount of time either. No system works like that. You just can't. Yeah, not to mention that I also live 300 kilometers away from where he lives. He lived at that point, which also meant, like, convincing people to just help him move stuff just as a single day thing obviously also was a little bit of maybe too much to ask of people. So it was just insanity. And I'm not rich either, so it was like well, I can offer you a place to stay and we'll figure out the economy side of things as much as possible. Because I also couldn't stand him being treated like this. Like, it was just so bad. You don't just screw people over like this. Like, you just don't. It's borderline, like, I'm sure it probably broke some kind of human rights or some stupid stuff. Again, like, they couldn't gain access to any of their personal belongings if they forgot something simple because of the lockdown. So, you know, doesn't matter if you had a mask or whatever, you just couldn't gain access. Probably because the personnel wasn't even present in the first place. And then here Kevin is in my living room with just his laptop, which, you know, as you can imagine, probably, you know, isn't the best compared to his desktop PC, because PC Master Race and all that stuff or whatever. You know, where you put your focus is what I'm talking about. And having to spend God knows how many months sleeping on a couch, a back-breaking couch, with barely no clothes and no economy to back him up either. It was interesting, let's just say it like that. Not to mention, of course, there's the psychological inevitability, like inevitable psychological side effects that are gonna pop up when you do something like this, because, you know, he had to be in the same space as I, you know, 24/7 pretty much, apart from when we went to bed, you know. And obviously from his perspective it was worse, because I need to be able to access my living room because that's where my computer is. Like, everything I have is in my living room. So that means whenever I got up, well, that's whenever, you know, he would basically have to be up. Similarly, when going to bed, it's the same thing, just the opposite way around. Like, if I wanted to stay up late, I would have to be respectful towards him and vice versa. There's just so many, you know, practical issues when it comes to this. And obviously, it did lead to like some frustrations here and there, but you know, it was worth dealing with, because again, like, I'm not a person to hold a grudge for long unless someone like really pisses me off deliberately. When it's out of people's control, I do get annoyed and stuff, but I also tend to reflect on things enough to some degree where, you know, I'll think, okay, it is what it is. You can't really, you know, you just have to live with it for a little while, and then it's going to be fine. A little while was still 2 or 3 months though, which is a long time having to deal with something like this. And then the constant uncertainty of where is this whole thing going. But we did eventually get his desktop PC up here, because how long in was it? Was it a month in or something? They were like, oh, by the way, you get like, you can book a 1 to 2 hour time frame or whatever it was, where in which you can go and pick up some stuff if you're needing something from the school home. You can elaborate on that, Kevin, if you want. But obviously, he still didn't have a car. He was now 300 kilometers away from where his things were. And, you know, being able to get this stuff up here was, on his own, was literal impossibility. Thankfully, though, someone that he knew in his network, I think it was his dad, or who was it who came with your stuff up here? They basically drove all his main hardware up here so that we could install his desktop PC here. Let's see. In short, they made me move out with a laptop and some clothes with a big zero on my bank account and nowhere to go, expecting me to have somewhere to go and have food and stuff and pass 1 month worth of classes, and I didn't. If I don't, well, bad luck. Oh, it was only 10 minutes for each person, yeah, so that's even worse. And you had to book time. So, like, imagine he had to also convince someone else to go to his room to pull his computer setup down, pack it down into a car and everything, and then move it like 300 kilometers away just to drive back home again. At least, you know, there's some compassionate people out there who can help you out in that. But yeah, it was nuts. And we did also have a little incident one night where, oh man. So I'd gone to bed. A friend of mine asked his dad if he could borrow his company car to pick up my PC, then drive 600 kilometers. Yeah, exactly. So we did have like one interesting incident one night. I had gone to bed and I was like really tired. And then all of a sudden I just hear this really loud bang from inside the living room. Like, kunk. Like something, I don't know, like something really heavy dropped on the floor or something. And I can't remember, like, obviously that got me concerned, but I was like, yes. And then like shortly thereafter, I just hear Kevin like outside my door, like, are you still asleep? I got a problem. I was like, God fucking damn it, now what? Like, I was just not in the mood to deal with anything right then. So like, oh, fine, I'll come check, see what's going on. So here we are, Kevin and me standing in my living room, looking at my couch, and the seat is basically detached from the frame, now hanging and sitting down on the floor. So what had happened was Kevin had shifted around in the bed, in the couch, trying to get into a good sleeping position, and in doing so he had dislodged the seat from the frame or whatever you want to call it inside the couch, and everything had just collapsed on the floor, and we were just standing there like, and I think I asked Kevin like, what the fuck did you do? How did this happen? Like, I don't know, dude. Like, fuck. I'm so sorry, I didn't do it intentionally and everything. Like, he was so sincere and like, God damn it, like, you know, I can only imagine what went through Kevin's head at that moment. Like, here I have my friend, and he's like, you know, that aside space so that personal space so that I could have a place to be for like an undescript amount of time and helping me around and stuff. And then I come here and I break his shit and like, God damn it. But being the kind of people that we are, we just took a look at it and were like, okay, well, let's try and fix it. Yeah, poor Kevin. But we were like, okay, let's try and just see if we can't fix it then. So we assessed the damage, and for context, this couch wasn't exactly super expensive, okay? So it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't a brand new couch. I bought it used. Of course, you know, when you break something, that's not really a concern for most people, but anyway. So it turned out that the couch, probably since when I bought it, and I don't know why it was like this, but you basically gotta imagine, so if you have the seat of the couch, right? They were attached to like a wooden frame inside with like screws. but I think there was only, I can't remember if it was each seat was separately or whatever, but there were basically three entire screws attaching the actual seating, like the frame for the seating, to the frame of the couch itself. And it was, if you imagine the couch, it was attached from the inside of the seating towards the outside of the frame. If I remember correctly. Imagine you got 0 on your bank account, you get hosted by a friend, and you break his couch, you sleep on the first week you stay there. Yeah, that was something really. But basically, so because of how the screws were attached, and there only was like a single screw per seat holding this whole damn thing together, it meant that if you shifted, like if you know, when people get seated, you would shift the couch back and forth along the axis in which the screws were attached. And obviously that puts a lot of stress not only on the holes that the screws are attached in, but also the screws themselves. So it was a piece of shit, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Our solution, well, and basically what had happened was the screws weren't even completely attached. They were like only about this much drilled in, like only this much of the screw actually went through the frame of the couch frame into the frame of the couch itself. And that had basically just loosened itself over time. And because Kevin had shifted, this screw was no longer lodged in place, and the whole thing just, you know, popped out and then went down like that. Yeah, it was screwed in, but still loose, exactly. There was no, like, it didn't hold it anymore. And we came to the conclusion that the previous owners probably did some MacGyver shit on this couch already, because underneath the couch there was like a piece of felt cloth or some like really cheap material that was just like normally supposed to be stapled in place, but there was like this one suspicious corner that didn't have those staples anymore. And that tells me that told us that they probably already had to reattach these screws at some earlier point in the couch's life or something, which is probably also why the guy I bought it from just wanted to get rid of it. He was basically moving in with his girlfriend when I bought it. But yeah, so our solution was to just put more screws in, because fortunately I had some at hand, and it's been keeping it in place ever since. You know, optimally you would be using the proper screws that were long enough and everything. And another thing that seemed kind of suspicious was that there were different kinds of screws used as well. So I don't know, like, did they just not put the screws in originally, and then the couch fell apart and they were like, fuck it, we're not going to rip it all apart just to put it back together again or something? Like, so many questions. I can even imagine you showing up to get the couch and he's like, he's thin and light, it will probably last, and then I happened. Yeah, I mean, it could also be that it got damaged in transit because oh man, that's a completely different story, but buying that couch was also an adventure in itself. I basically asked some friends, because so I moved into this apartment like a couple of years ago now, and I didn't own a couch beforehand. So obviously I wanted to invest in one, but just coming out of my studies, I didn't exactly have a lot of money at hand, and I was kind of like, okay, I just need a couch for now. One day when I get a job or whatever, maybe I can invest in a proper one. So I basically, you know, get this thing set up with this guy, and I go there, and I don't go there, but I asked my friends around, so anyone like willing to like spend some time to come and help me pick up this couch? and only one person responded that they wanted to help out. And I'm not like I'm not really that strong, and the general plan was just to move it by hand through town without like any kind of vehicle, because hardly any of us, none of us own, like of my local friend group, own a car, or yeah, a lot of them own driving licenses, but no one owns a car around here. So I was like, okay, well, it's just a couch, and it's not that, didn't seem that heavy, so I was like, oh, we can totally lift this. But boy, screwed that fucker in there now, and that will last forever. German precision engineering. Yeah, we put a lot of force into those screws for sure. But yeah, so I go there with my one friend whom actually replied and had the time. I was like, okay, maybe we can do it 2 people. We couldn't just do it 2 people. Like, holy crap, my arms were just burning when we tried to move that couch through town. Thankfully, like, oh yeah, and this was during like this, no, it was like in summer season, like barely just summer had begun, so it was still very rainy around here, and it had just rained like crazy the day before too, so I was worried that on the day I was going to pick up the couch it would rain as well. So it was like, okay, we also kind of gotta do this relatively quickly, you know. And we were just 2 people there, and he could deal with the weight. Like, he's in better shape than I am, let's just put it like that. And we got like pretty far. I think we got like halfway to where it needed to be for like 1 or 2 hours. Like, it took forever because I needed constant breaks. Like, we could move it maybe like 5 to 10 meters, and then I needed to take a break. It was like really bad. Fortunately though, about that halfway mark, 2 girls came by, and they were like, they saw that we were struggling, and they were just out for a stroll, and they offered up to help us, and I kindly accepted. I did remember to give them some water as a compensation for helping out, you know. And it was obviously also just a fun story for them to tell later, I suppose. But man, that was just a fucking pain in the ass getting that couch here. And obviously constantly lifting it up and setting it down, lifting it up and setting it down. Often not, you know, with a gentle touch, probably tore on its durability. So you got picked up by girls who thought that your wimpy ass needs help to move a couch, I guess. I don't mind. I mean, they were offering help and we needed help, so seems only like, why would you say no? They were just being good people, you know. I think they were like, what was it? They'd been to a party or something, and they were just out to get some fresh air, and they were going that way anyway, so yeah, they offered some help. GG's. I mean, as soon as they helped out, it was like a fucking breeze, because, you know, then each person could just take a corner of the couch. Weight distribution and all. Then we didn't even need to put it down to take a break anymore. It was that easy. Naturally, you know, we did have a couch that we could sit in at any moment in time if we needed to take a break, but still. Did you get their number though? No. I was thinking about it, if I should try that, but I was like, Maybe this isn't the opportune moment to try and pick up girls. I don't know. Sliding in the DMs like... Yeah. Okay, I think this is good for the third planes. What do you guys think? That's a whole 3 variations of planes battle maps. Should we go for 5? I think 5 should probably... 5 or 6 should probably be where I want to be. Where I want to be. But yeah. I've experienced some pretty wacky shit. Let's just say it like that. But I mean... Who hasn't? Alrighty, you're finally done. Well, welcome back, Andre. But you know what? I love that we can laugh about it today. It really put our friendship to the test. Yeah. Yeah, it did. And it's also really nice to be able to laugh about it. I don't... Like, as I've said before, like... It really takes a lot to get me into a situation where I'll like not want to talk with someone. Like, you really have to mess up really badly. And I don't know if it's because of this, but growing up, I've always, like, in our family almost, like, we've always had the need to have this ability because, for instance, on summer vacations, something always went wrong back in the days. And also on day-to-day things, you know, we weren't the most wealthiest, we weren't the most fortunate always either. So when you grow up like that, you kind of have to just learn to let things slide and just brush it off and say like, okay, it is what it is. You don't really get anything out of moping too much. Who's getting what girls cause of what couch? Unfortunately, I didn't get their number, Andre. Sorry. So no girl getting here. But yeah, I kind of do regret that I didn't try at least. But you know, I was like, you know, they were just helping out, so trying to be all like, oh, so you single? I don't know. I mean, maybe that was, you know, you never know what these girls were talking about before they approached me and my friend helping out. So maybe that was also something like, that guy looks cute or something. I don't know. My guess, though, they were just really freaking curious about what these two dumb idiots were trying to do, moving this couch along the road, you know? Sad guess you'll need to move the couch again. It's a heartwarming story of true friendship. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And a hell of a good laugh. I mean, Kevin, we just have so many dumb stories from back in the past. And that's kind of what life's about, you know, making those memories. So what happened? You want me to tell this whole story all over again, Andre? I mean, I can tell you, but... Why were you on the side of a road with a couch? So it's a long time ago, but I basically, when I moved into this apartment, I needed a couch because I didn't have one. So I bought one really cheap, like used, and I didn't know anyone with a car nearby. and I didn't live too far away, so I was like, okay, so does anyone want to help me move this couch on this specific day? You know, I'll compensate you at some point once I can. And it's fitting, you know, I'll buy a beer or something. But only one person responded. Dumb Stories as a middle name. Yeah, definitely. But we're also, you know, a goofy bunch. But basically, so I bought this couch and only one person actually showed up to help me out. And I thought that we could just carry it through town because, you know, if enough people helped out, it wouldn't be a problem. Problem is when not enough people help out. How about some terrain in the middle of the map, like some rocks as a line of sight? Like occluding rocks. See, I don't really want to do that because I want to. So how I'm using these planes is that they need to adhere to a couple of rules. They are supposed to be variations of like a generic open planes map, but I didn't want to completely make it just, you know, this. Hence why they have all those height variations on the edges. And because they're supposed to be like variations of the same concept, I don't want to have one map that differs radically by having stuff in the middle of it. So that's why they are all following these same rules of having an open space in the middle, and then high grounds and the size that can be utilized optionally. So they're just there to provide some options for the campaign, without being too unique to the battle map, if that makes any sense. Because the way that I'm going to be using this is that if the party goes into a fight in an open area and I need an open grassy area like this, I'll have my 5-6 planes variations and I'll just roll a dice in order to determine which one I choose. So as to add a little bit of randomness and to eliminate a bit of repetitiveness. Because, you know, I could also just use like 4 of these like so and say done, we have a battle map. It's perfectly fine. But I do want to utilize the strengths that Tailspire adds by building a little bit of height into it, but not make it the main key feature of the specific battle map. Does that make sense? Perfect for battle, totally flat. Yeah. But also really boring. And this is not a free program, so, you know, if you're just using this for a flat battle map, what are you doing? You can use other tools for free, you know. And also, once you start introducing height into a game, it can become more and more complicated. But yeah, you were probably thinking like, I mean, even something like this, if I were to add this into the middle here, one thing is that it sticks out like a sore thumb, but that also adds a bit of height into the middle of the map, apart from just being an occluding item. I could also just, you know, add stuff like trees and such in here. But yeah. By the way, do you have your players? I technically have a group of players, yes, but so far it's only 3. They are part of a different separate Discord, which like from my own, it's a group mostly consists mostly of a group of Americans over there that I've been hanging out with a lot. But I do kind of want to have a larger pool of players available if I can at some point. Yeah, also if you add more in the middle, it will not be a plains anymore. Yeah, exactly. I'll do that. I'll keep those features for something like a forest, I would say. I mean, even these rocks on the side are maybe like, you know, you can debate if it's a plains area if we have these rock features. But Andre, I assume you're asking because you're interested in maybe joining? Hint, hint. Is that what I'm getting at? Yes. I mean, I'm open for it. It's 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. And if you're interested, then I could try and figure out something. I'll have to ask the other player group though if they're interested, but I'm pretty sure they would be. I wish I could make maps like this. I mean, it's not really that hard. It's rather simple actually. So I'm sure you could learn it really easily. The thing about Tailspire is that it's, you know, it's fun to just mess around with, really. As always, I don't have the time or the patience to learn that, yeah. I mean, the thing about Tailspire is that if you're, for any person who's ever used 3D modeling software, this is like gonna feel right at home. Because a lot of the controls, like pressing middle mouse button to rotate and stuff, they're really intuitive once you get used to it. I know you haven't, I know. I'm just saying that it's one of those things that once you've done it once, you know, it's easy to adapt to something new. It does have a few limitations though, including some features that aren't quite implemented yet. Like Fog of War, for instance, is something that isn't available in the tool, in the game engine or whatever you want to call it. Because this is like I have this is run directly from Steam. Like I bought this on Steam, and it's really new, like really new. Like I didn't mention it earlier, but I can only play on Fridays and or Saturdays. That's fine. It would probably be like a weekend kind of deal anyways. And like the way that it's looking right now, it's maybe once every second week or something. And I'll have to see because there's a few issues that I have to deal with, like or not really issues, but things I have to consider. Like one of the players, he became a dad, you know, a couple months back at this point. How long does it ago anyway? It's not that long ago, relatively speaking, you know. But it means that his schedule is kind of dictated by having to take care of his kid since he's a stay-at-home dad. And being Americans, their time schedule is always going to be a bit tricky to try and fit in. Daddy man. Yeah, can you guess who it is, Kevin? Got dadded. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yep, he did. I know a American. Okay. It's gonna soften up a bit. I don't know what you mean by soften up. I mean, he's been really stressed because of the situation. So I don't quite know what you mean with softening up. If anything, like, it's making him more stressed. But I think he's learning to deal with it. Albeit slowly, but he is trying at least. I also know who's VO. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to dox people, you know? I already got like... I already accidentally did that to one of my other friends the other day without thinking about it. Yeah, the last time we played Sea of Thieves, it was fucking dumb. It was bad timing and everything that you could, like, it was the worst timing that you could possibly think of. And the funny thing is, regarding the whole, like, don't tell me how to play the game situation, is that right now they are kind of playing World of Warcraft TBC Classic, or whatever it's called. And they got, you can probably guess, you might be able to guess who it is, but they got an Australian, or you will be able to if I say it like this, they got an Australian to take part in it, and he's never played WoW before. And, you know, they're like, oh, we want to play, I want to, like, get everything, like, sort of mapped out and scheduled, because he doesn't have a lot of time on his hand, this guy. So they want to get, like, everything scheduled out so that they can sort of help him get into the game, essentially. Teach him how to play, literally, I think is what they said one of the past days. And usually it's like, I always find it so weird, like, a lot of people will say that, don't tell me how to play the game, and then they don't live by that mentality themselves. So one day you might see them telling other people how to play the game, because in certain circumstances it's seen as morally okay, or okay according to their standards. So basically, if it's like, oh, you might not have as much time to play, then I think it's okay to, like, help show someone else the ropes, catch them up to speed, because otherwise, you know, you might never be able to get to that stage, I guess the idea is. Okay, I think this is okay. Like, I don't really need to go into a lot of detail with these maps, but, you know, just a few rocks and some trees and stuff go a long way. If I do something wrong, then you can tell me, but if you're just always saying something, then I don't like it. Yeah, I get it. You need to be a little bit, what do you call it? Like, show some restraint or whatever, like give people space to try, like, figure it out themselves as well. This specific instance, though, was that we were playing Sea of Thieves with him for the first time. Like, he had barely even played it at that point. I thought I had the understanding that he'd played it throughout, like, a week at least, but apparently he'd only played it like once or something. Yeah, so the Aussie wants to take it slow and steady and enjoy the trip, and VO is kind of pushing him. I wouldn't say he's pushing him. No. Absolutely not. It's more like because the Aussie thinks a certain way and might want to try and play a game in a certain way that it's not built for, you might get into a situation because, you know, especially with classic WoW and TBC, certain, like one of the examples he mentioned that he wants to avoid is that when they get further in, for instance, you start getting trinkets, for instance, right? And some of these trinkets can do really cool and useful things, but a lot of them are given through quests as rewards, and once you accidentally get rid of them, that's it, they're gone forever, and they're soulbound, so you couldn't even get it off a alt character or anything. And those are like the things he wants to try and avoid. Mistakes, if you will, that can damage your future experience, if you will. Does that make sense? So he's doing it with positive intent. And of course, as long as the person on the receiving end is okay with it, then, you know, it's okay. Like one of the more direct examples of something recently was that the Aussie was playing very zoomed in, and VO kind of had, or no, so, and he was having issues figuring out what was going on around him. And, you know, VO having played the game before and everyone else, they were using the raid markers or whatever so that they could see where each other were more easily. But that obviously creates a bit of an issue if you're playing so zoomed in that the marker gets in the way of your field of vision, because you can still see it, you know. And he was basically saying like, oh, you should probably zoom out further so that you can actually see what you're doing. Which, playing WoW first person, for instance, is probably not a good idea. Or even, you know, almost first person. Because you can't see what's behind you, for instance. And the Aussie, I think VO was saying that the Aussie said that, oh yeah, can't you just add them so that you can see them, then I'll remove them. And he didn't know that it was globally visible, so it's either everyone can see where you are or no one can. Fuck. Play first person and walk by click? Yeah. Yeah, apparently VO is having a little bit of a gripe with the people he's playing with, because they're some of them are deliberately playing in first person, and it's been causing issues. But, you know, I'm sure they'll figure it out. And he's mentioned it, so I'm okay saying that on stream. Like, he has made his opinion heard. And it's like that, like, if you're in a dungeon in first person, some of them you just can't feasibly do without getting screwed over, because you need to be in specific places in the dungeon during a specific fight, or you need to like avoid some traps or something. Yeah, and so to get back to the Sea of Thieves thing, so the instance was that we were sailing and we were approaching an outpost, I think it was, and VO was playing with Amopeka and I, all in the same brigantine, just us three. And we approached this island, and there was a ship already anchored there. And, you gotta react pretty quickly. Okay, what do we do, crew? Do we deal with them, find a different island? So we decided very quickly, okay, we're going for the island. Within like a few seconds. That was a quick decision, right? And then while going there, Kevin, he would go ahead of time to take a look on ship, to see if anyone was aboard, because we had some loot on board our ship and didn't want to lose it, that kind of stuff. And I asked VO to watch the ladders, basically. And okay, he would do that. That's just pretty standard game communication. I want you to watch the ladders in case they decide to come and board us. Kevin doing Kevin things, yeah. We called him Kevin the commander of chaos when we played Sea of Thieves. Basically, he's our go in and kill everyone in melee duel. No, not even duel, but melee combat. But anyway, so I asked VO to watch the ladders, which he did, but he did it from the rear of the brigantine, behind where I was standing. I was commandeering the ship. So that means you gotta imagine if you have the ship, and you've got the ladders on either side, and I was here on the steering wheel, he was standing behind me looking at the ladders, Which is not exactly what I meant. I meant stand up on top of the ladder, look down to see if anyone is climbing up, because then you can shoot them so that they get bounced off or whatever, and so that you can hurt them without them even getting up, because while you're climbing you can't do damage. And if you're standing at the very rear of the ship, you can't see a person climbing up those ladders because there's one on either side of the ship. So even if you go like to the side, even if you saw a person climbing up, by the time you get to the ladder, they would have made it onto the ship, and then it's too late. Not necessarily too late, but it's a worse situation than if you kicked them off the ladder so that they didn't get up on the ship entirely. So what I wanted him to do was to look at stand on top of one ladder, look down to see if there was anyone, then switch over to the other ladder, do the same, and then cycle those two. And I tried to correct him into doing it that way while it was a little bit chaotic, of course, so, that's was the unfortunate reality of the situation. But, he just didn't want to do what I wanted him to do for me. Because I asked him, can you go over and look down on ladders, or however I phrased it, it's a while back, and he just wouldn't do it. And then he started arguing with me while we were in this situation and really just needed someone to watch those fucking ladders, instead of just doing it and taking the discussion up afterwards. And it didn't really matter for the situation, but that doesn't matter for the principle. It's the principle of the situation, because if it had mattered, then he would have been to blame, essentially. And obviously you also don't want to be in a situation like that either. Yeah, and Amopeka has a bit of a short fuse. I wouldn't say sometimes. Or my bad internet is striking again. Yeah, okay. Hope it gets better, Andre. But yeah, so obviously, and VO has not necessarily a short fuse, but he gets very high up with his voice when he gets into discussions. And he gets really loud very easily. Which is, some people do that. It's fine, as long as people are used to it. But basically, it just ended up in a really loud argument where it was centered around the I'm gonna play the game the way I want to play it kind of thing. And the whole reason why, you know, I was just telling him them out of educational interest. Like, I wanted to inform him on how he could improve in playing the game. Glass breaking loud? More like, I'm gonna punch you in the face loud. More like, we're having an argument loud, I suppose. It's, you know, it's water under the bridge now, of course, but in that moment it was a little bit of a wacky situation for sure. And I deliberately waited, like, you know, giving them time to play the game before playing with Kevin and I. Oh, and I think it even got brought up saying I can't remember if he said it or someone else said it or whatever, but it did get brought up, the whole thing where it's like, oh, like, you're supposed to be like good at this game, or what did he say, Kevin? Like, yes, we are pretty damn good at the game. We've played it for like how many hundreds worth of hours and earned the title of Pirate Legend, right? You're Pirate Legend too, Kevin. So yeah, and Kevin doesn't really like, he just teases people when it gets to that point, you know. That just insinuates more fighting or whatever. No, it's called Water Under the Bridge. Water Under the Bridge is just, you know, a saying that, you know, we're not mad at each other anymore because of that incident. Like, you know, the anger passed away relatively quickly. I just basically took a break off the Discord for like a week or two, and then it was fine again. No reason to get stuck up on things like that. But yes, like, his argument was that something along the lines that, who says that our strategy was the best and a good way to do it, you know? Like, why should he listen to us for advice? Or something. Probably just saying that out of spite, though. I don't know. Yeah, that's something I would agree, Kevin. I also don't like being called out on being wrong when I know that we're not. It was something where, you know, if you just took your anger aside for a moment and just used logical deduction, you would get to the same conclusion that, you know, watching the ladders on top of the ladders is better than watching them from afar. Right? It makes sense. But yeah, I did get kind of pissed at him too, because he was basically saying like, oh, we don't know what we're talking about. Like, that's what it came out as. The guy, VO, whom we were playing with. And it's like, in a situation like that, I just don't feel that you can win, because no matter what Kevin or I would have said, because we could have said, yes, we do know better than you, because we've played it for hundreds of hours and you've played it like once. Yeah, we never hold a grudge. Like, as I hope that comes across clearly. That that neither Kevin or us or me are hold a grudge towards him. It's very possible that the situation just stressed him out to a point where he just couldn't contain his frustrations. And he probably said some things that, you know, he might have regretted later. I don't know. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. The point of the whole story just is that people just have different points of view, let's call it that, when it comes to stuff like spoiling video game experiences and how much hand-holding they're willing to accept. You know, you can even consider it backseat gaming, even though you're playing alongside them, I suppose. Hey, my Streamlabs bot thing is working. Nice. I totally forgot that I set that up yesterday. Besides, on the read head from first lockdown. Hmm? Besides, on the redhead from the first lockdown. Oh, now I get it. I was like processing that for a moment, like redhead, what are you talking about? Yes. I would never call you an idiot, though. I don't like calling people idiots. Even if it's something that might be, you know, exceedingly stupid. Objectively speaking, I would still, as much as possible, refrain from calling anyone an idiot. Yeah, Kevin, you want to hear something funny? I'm pretty sure she's in my like she I'm what's she calling in? Yep, she's called something different now, but she hasn't blocked me. She's playing World of Warcraft right now. Well, then I'm gonna be so stupid you'll wanna call me stupid. I'll probably call you a jackass then, because then you're just doing it for fun. Yeah, I'm still friends with her on Discord, exactly. She hasn't communicated with me at all, so it's anyone's guess what happened back then. I don't know. I really hope she's gotten some better friends since then, though. Well, you wouldn't know. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What wouldn't I know? Let's put just another tree here just to break up the shaping a little bit. If I'm being an idiot on purpose, or am I one? Oh. I guess that's right. That's correct, but usually you can tell if people are deliberately acting like a jackass or a troll. Like if you're playing World of Warcraft in first person mode deliberately, even if you're being told not to. I'm pretty sure she got into a relationship a couple weeks after the incident. Let's just call it that, yes. Doofus. Doofus, dingus, jackass. Or in more recent times, my favorite, what a bunch of jokers. I'm a bridge troll. Okay. That would be a little bit too literal, though. Right? Plains 5, but the wall surface to green, there we go. Okay, one more, and then I have 6 planes, which means I can use a d6 to determine. And then we'll get into some different terrains, I'd imagine. Dum-dum. Dum-dum. I don't know, maybe. Oh yeah, Andre, I found out where I found your... I noticed your colonist, by the way, on someone else's stream. It was on Pixel Life's stream, or whatever he's calling in. You had Andre the God Killer there as well. I watched him yesterday for a couple of hours. And your colonist there was still alive. For the time being. Oh yeah, Kevin, you should totally drop by when you have the time again. I think you really you'll be able to find some actual and some good enjoyment out of Puppeteer and using the toolkit on my weekend streams. I know it's a bit hard now because you're moving and all that, but when you settle down. Yeah, he's also a human, yes. Unfortunately, from what I understood from Pixel Life, yeah, RimWorld is fun. From what I understand from Pixel Life, he is like going on a hiatus though from streaming because he needed some time off to take care of some real life things. They were moving or something, so they needed to do a lot of practical things getting the new place back in shape. So he's doing like a increased rate stream these days. Yesterday you gained 500 coins every 2 minutes. So, and I think he said he would be streaming again this Sunday, maybe, RimWorld, and he would up it to 1,000 coins every 2 minutes. It's fucking ridiculous. Someone spawned in 100 links on him, like wild links, in a zone that's currently completely covered in snow with no wildlife available. And his entire colony has just been going through literal hell. So if I slay you in a game, Andre, am I the God killer? That's an interesting proposition. The killer of God Killer. Yeah, Kevin, get your facts straight. Seems so obvious. Does this thing not have... Oh, the music is set to silence. Oh shit, that was maybe a little bit too loud. We can just set it like... I guess we can have some background music. Something along those lines. Just checking my audio balance over here. Yeah, you can set like background musics as well. And I get mashed and he is the killer of God Killer Killer. No, that's just called a combo breaker. Is the music too loud? I could just keep it off if you don't want it. It's like as quiet as it'll go. That's the mixer. I don't know. There's also settings, but I don't think you can adjust the music settings separately. Oh, there's a master volume. Let's try and put that down. That way I can fine tune this a bit more. Okay, this should be fine. You're bullying me. My brain. Did I completely kill the music? Okay. That is a little bit all over the place, that music though. Yeah, there's no jukebox in this because obviously this is supposed to be like BG music. You can also set like ambience, which is kind of cool. If I were to join, would I have to buy something? If possibly yes. Tailspire is a premium priced tool, and everyone who basically needs to make use of it, like when we're doing battles, would have to own this as well. I discussed it with my potential players what to do about it, and the general consensus was that out of all the options, this was the best middle ground for price versus what Shima calls it, like features. The fuck, Kevin? What's that? Also, I've noticed that my webcam is doing weird shit again. Oh, it's because this thing has been disabled. Okay, maybe I look slightly more normal now. Okay, maybe not that much white balance. There we go. How much does it cost? Yeah, that's the main reason why we went with this. It's currently priced at 21 euro, so it's not too expensive. He needs to get tickets. What the fuck? But yeah, it's like we were deliberating whether or not we should use stuff like map tools, Roll20, this or other tools. And I basically ended up opening up Tailspire, showed off the features it had, and that was enough to convince my players that this is what we would go with, because it seemed like pretty appropriate. With a Nene, yeah, exactly. That's also what I didn't want to do with my players. I didn't want to force them into buying stuff. You won't need any books. Like, I can help you out with that if you need any of those. I am debating with myself if where to do it though, because right now everything communication wise in terms of the campaign is on a separate Discord. So everything like I'm sharing with the players in terms of material and everything is currently going up there. So I'm debating with myself if I should move all that to my own Discord, because that means I would have to move or convince like at least 3 people to also be part of another Discord than their own. You only have the player's manual? That's okay. As I said, I can help you out with anything else you need. You'll have to go eat now. Will I head off soon? I'm probably gonna be eating on stream today. I still have some mac and cheese left, so I will probably be gobbling that up eventually. But I'm not feeling super hungry right now, so I'll probably wait with it for a little while longer. Ooh, the infamous. Yeah, some macaroni and cheese. Oh yeah, you did get that, didn't you? When you were here. I need to hit your girlfriend with that recipe. Okay. You're not worried that she's gonna run off with me instead? About 12 times or so. Mac and cheese. And it got better each time. I mean, mac and cheese is always good. But yeah, Andre, there's no reason, unless you want to mess around with this yourself, there's no reason to, you know, go and buy it preemptively. Because it's not on sale right now anyway. But yeah, we were like debating whether or not to go with this or some of the other tools, like, what's the other one called again? There's another one also available for Steam, but that one's like extremely expensive to get into. And it has some really cool features, but it's used for 2D battle maps. So although it's really flexible, I just couldn't justify the price tag compared to this. Like, we'll be back. Okay, talk to you later. I miss eating mac and cheese while watching Erkman and Sona with you. Right, talk to you later, Kev. What's the thing called on Steam again? I keep forgetting. Did I wishlist it? I might have. Oh, if I did, it's quite a while ago now. Nah, it doesn't seem like it's here. Something yeah, exactly. Fantasy Grounds. Thank you, Andre. I don't know why I keep forgetting that name, like it seems so obvious. But yes, Fantasy Grounds. a reason why I needed to remember the names, because I actually wanted to look up the price of it again. Yeah. So Fantasy Grounds Unity specifically would have been the alternative. But that one's like, even it costs you more than Tailspire, and if you want D&D 5th edition specific things into Fantasy Grounds, you need to pay out copious amounts of money. And each player would need to buy a license for that content too, unless you as the DM buy the ultimate license bundle or whatever. No, not the bundle, but you just buy an ultimate license, which the ultimate license will set you back on a discount 81 euro. 81 euro it'll set you back, and that's just for the license upgrade. So 81 euro, and buying Fantasy Grounds Unity, which Fantasy Grounds Unity itself is 27 euro. So you're already looking as a DM, if you want to save your players money, you're either looking at the DM cashing out over 100 euro, or each player cashing out 27 euro. Okay, so you're familiar with it? Yeah. It depends. Like, you can buy the bundle right now for 55% off for 124 euro, which will give you Fantasy Grounds Unity and the Unity Ultimate License, along with the original Fantasy Grounds and its Ultimate License. But even if you buy that, any additional Fantasy Grounds stuff, like if you want to utilize their macro system for D&D, you need to buy the books specific. Like, you need to buy a per book license for Fantasy Grounds Unity. So that means Player's Handbook 27 euro, Monsters Manual 27 euro, Dungeon Master's Guide 27 euro. Yeah, so that was just no bueno, and not really like it matters, because we weren't going to utilize the macros anyway. But it kind of defeats a lot of the purpose for Fantasy Grounds. Like, you know, if you want your character sheet in there, you would need to pay up extra money. That being said, of course, it's cool that you can buy an ultimate license as a DM, and then other people can join in on your session for free, which means you would have a one-time expense, no matter how many players you need. But that also means that only you, as the DM or as the owner of the license, can actually run the campaign. With Tailspire, at least everyone, because they need to own Tailspire, have the opportunity to run parts of the campaign if you wanted to. So I also use euros, so if you're saying euros for me, you don't need to. No, that's the reason why I'm saying euro, is because euro is not my native currency. We use Danish crowns, but on Steam everything's priced in euros. So it's just a habit. It's easier just to say it that way and get used to it than consider it. And besides, there might be other people watching, so it's just to be inclusive. But yeah, I think this Tailspire has immense potential. My biggest worry, though, is that currently they only have the tool itself, which is, you know, the main thing that you're looking into buying. But from what I understand, or at least I assume so, that once the game is out of early access or whenever, they will do major content packs that will be monetized themselves, I assume. So any engine features are going to be available to everyone, but if you want to have a wider selection of assets, you know, you need to cough up more money, which is valid. Like, it's a valid business practice, but from experience with other let's call it toys, tools, games, whatever, with a similar pricing model, chances are it's not gonna be profitable. And the reasoning why is relatively simple. It might be different because they I don't know how they're running the Tailspire servers, if that's running off of Steam stuff. I don't know how that actually works, but stuff like Project Spark comes to mind, which, in case you don't know what Project Spark was, you can Google it, but it was basically a game creation game. So it's a game that was made by Microsoft and marketed along with Windows 8, and thus only available if you had Windows 8 or an Xbox One, I think it was back then. So obviously, you know, you'd already limited your audience there. But the general gist is that it was a game creation game where within Project Spark you could make your own games using visual programming and stuff like that. And then share those experiences with other people and, you know, utilize other people's work and remix stuff and such. You're okay, Andre. But the thing is, their whole monetization plan was on content. So, literally, their only source of revenue was content packs. Because if I remember correctly, anyone could download and start using Project Spark without paying a single cent. Like, using Project Spark as a base was completely free. Only if you wanted more asset variety were you required to cash out any money. Which means that for free you had access to all the game's features and everything else was just visual. Granted, the assets that they included for free were relatively limited, and some of the content packs they made were really cool, but they just didn't sell well. And that's probably because the fidelity and quality of the content packs was really high. That's probably a better way of visualizing it, is my guess. And as such, the turnaround for those were probably not, like, they were losing money with every content pack they made. They weren't making it back again. And when you have no other way of monetizing the game, you know, you just don't have a business model. And that's what worries me with Tailspire. Because of course, you know, you buy the tool itself at a premium right now, but what about in the future? Like, will people be interested in buying the content packs? Because I mean, how is that going to work practically speaking? Is it only the person who, assuming that they will do content packs, of course, I hope so. Unless they do like you get all the assets for free, but then they're only monetizing on the tool itself, which is priced relatively low, comparatively speaking. So, you know, making assets isn't cheap, especially like, I know this is relatively mid-poly or whatever you want to call it, but some of the assets need animating, like especially the tokens, the characters here, they're pretty detailed. You know, something really promising though that I do seem to recall reading is that eventually they want to empower users to be able to implement their own assets which is definitely something that I will be looking forward to for sure. So maybe once they go out of early access, they have like, okay, this is our default palette of things that you can work with. You know, you can get all the basics and down, and you can do a lot of stuff with what's already there. And if you want to do more, workshop. Like that's where I really hope they'll be going with this. And not just because it would be cool for them to allow people to add their own assets, but they kind of also have to, I'd imagine, at least if they want to stay competitive. I know they have a really strong selling point because this is, you know, a battle map creation tool that utilizes full 3D, and you know, it looks really good. And the UI is pretty intuitive. It's a work in progress, of course, but you get the general gist, you know. They stand out amongst the other battle map tools, because a lot of the other ones are like, either the UI looks extremely dated, even if it's for free, you know. Some of their mechanics might not work as well. They might be resource hogs, like map tools, for instance, requires a lot of memory. And the UI is a little bit and some of the tools are so bare bones that unless you implement things yourself by some random guy on the internet having done it for you, you know, it's a bit more sketch. They don't come with a lot of readily available tools for you like this does. Oh, you're not... Yeah. I did get that you were new to D&D, so already realized, so might ask questions that do something dumb. Yeah, that's part of the learning experience, don't worry about it. It's also why I'm like actually, you know, it's fine, just ask questions, because that makes chat more engaging and it gives me stuff to talk about too. And I love to share my both my experience, but also sometimes questions can help you figure out things that you yourself didn't know yet. Okay, so we've got like 6 planes here, which is pretty good. Now, what more would we need? I mean, we would need some forest maps, but for the campaign specifically, oh boy, I think I might have to go to my desktop and look at some things. I'm an IRL bear totem barbarian. Okay. Kind of comes through in terms of your RimWorld character somewhat. Can't take physical damage, but my brain's small. Oh, you can. I was just about to say that. That sounded a little bit weird. Where is it? No. Oh yeah, I gotta make this thing. Okay, that's future stuff. Oh yeah, I guess I can show this as well. Let's see. New source. Image. Source. New. But what do we call this? Go off, maybe? Whatever. Just a temporary one. And I need to go to my desktop, find it. There we go. So this is something I just wanted to quickly share. This is the Trion's Divide original map, like the OG one I made back during time at university. Just put that into the right spot. There we go. Now we can see chat again. So this is basically the reference material for the incarnate map, by the way. Brain get hurty. I just saw some deers. Okay. Actually, let me rename this real quick. Can I? Yes. Just so I stay organized over here. But yeah, this is basically what the world of Trion's Divide looks like in its full glory. And this was all made in Photoshop, by the way, which is why I switched into using Incarnate, since I was reaching some of Photoshop's limitations in terms of layers and how all the effects were applied. Seems legit. Yeah, this is all hand-drawn. And then with like some blending options applied to give just a little bit of depth. But you can see the incarnate map there if I were to pull that. Oh, okay, I don't have that. But yeah, just a quick reference. That wasn't quite what I was looking for though. Oh, okay. Maze of 1,000 faces. So what I was looking for was a Photoshop document, because I hadn't saved it as a PNG or something. I need that as a reference. Let's see here. Oh yes. Well, Andre, it's a little bit problematic with you being here, though. If you want to be part of the campaign, that's the only issue right now. Just saying. Now that I think about it, because now you know stuff that you're not supposed to. At least for the first couple of sessions. So that's like one thing that I I will unfortunately have to like make the players in the campaign realize that they can't hang around when I'm streaming this stuff. I'm not here. I think it's fine. Like, I get that you also want to hang out and chat and stuff, but yeah. For the first couple of sessions it might be okay, but definitely in the future it would be a problem. Because you would basically get things spoiled. Because, you know, if I'm designing a puzzle on stream or using a dungeon layout or something. So should I leave? I think it's a little bit too late for that. I think it's okay. I'll just not show the thing on stream so you don't get spoiled. Should I moonwalk out? You don't have to. Because I mean, so far I've mainly just been doing generic plain battle maps. So you just know what those look like. It's not an issue. Whoa, that sound went a little bit high. Seems legit. But yeah, if I were to... So I'll let it slide for today, but if you end up playing with us, then yeah, then it'll be a problem. By the way, is the webcam too wobbly? I got a webcam stand today so that I could have more control over the placement of it, and I have noticed that it is shaking quite a lot. Like if I just touch my my desk like this. How bad is the shaking? Okay. Yeah, I can see that it shakes on stream. I'll just try some things because I need to get like that. Wait, why did oh, because I clicked on the fucking wrong thing. There we go. Back. Wrong stream layout. Okay, should be okay. But let me know if the webcam thing is unstable. My internet is too wobbly. Yeah, okay. So I need to make... what should we use? Okay, I think there's a castle ruin set, yes. There's also just a dungeon one. This is probably the one that I'll be using. Maybe. Yes, this is the one that I'll be using. You seem fine for me, okay. Yeah, it's also mostly if I like, you know, shake, like touch my table a lot because it's not stabilized. And this new webcam stand is basically just a plate, like a heavy plate, and then, you know, a short boom arm kind of thing that has two things on it. Maybe I can do something here. Yeah, it's not it's like just sitting in there loosely. It's not hardly attached, or how should we say it? So after this stream I can't come to D&D streams. Yeah, unfortunately. At least if you want to be part of it. Yes, it's like it's a tough one. Okay, how do I want to do this to keep it a little bit varied? Oh, we have this one as well. It's like it's up to your own discretion, I would say. That's probably how I would like to do it. Because it's also, I can also see a possible benefit of having someone who's part of the actual D&D sessions pop into the stream and come with input, you know. And it's also just nice to have people hang out, but yeah. I'd rather miss out on stream than D&D. Yeah. Yeah, that's a valid point. But yeah, it's like, as long as you don't metagame, it's not an issue. But obviously, if I'm designing like a final boss room, which is one thing that I need to do at some point, you know, then it might be problematic. And of course, I'll do my best to try and... I mean, I told the other players that I would be streaming this today and told them basically not to pop into my stream during the weekdays for that specific reason. And I would put it in the title and everything. I metagame in my brain. I don't need to see, I just metagame. What? You do know what metagame means though, right? Okay, so I need some walls here. Oh yeah, this is one of those slightly annoying things. Because there's a lot of tiles here that are very, very similar. So like for instance, there's this wall here with a wall torch brasier kind of thing, where if I want to actually implement this, I would need to like cut out two things or use the shortened version like this one. But then notice how this wall piece here doesn't have that edge there, and this one does. So like some of these won't have those edges and some of them will. Some of them will have two extra floor spaces in front of them and some of them won't. It's a little bit annoying. Like case in point, this one for instance, I really like this wall piece with the roots growing out of it, but it doesn't have that edge. So if I design the rest of this hallway with these edges, can't use it. And from what I've been able to tell, yeah, and this one doesn't either. Like, just why? Why not have that edge on every single thing? Why leave it out? Because it's not like you can add it in yourself. It's not a separate piece. So what do you do? Like, you can't even sort of cheese it, because although you can place things in height, you know, you can't just do like, you know what I mean? You can't just place it here because it'll snap into place. And doing this looks really goofy because it's like missing that piece. Motherfuckers. When it comes to the wall torches though, you do have options at least, because you know you have this one, of course, but if you want to, let's see, in here, and I go into lights, there should be one here. Like this is the actual brasier, you know, or wall torch. It's the exact same one. It's just a separate piece, so you don't really need to use this wall element here. It's completely unnecessary. The same with this one. I know it's not entirely necessary because of course this is one element, so you know it's easier to place and it's more performance friendly because it's again one piece, but you get what I'm saying. My friend who plays D&D says I'm metagame. I mean, you metagame as soon as you're using stuff outside the game to your advantage, like knowledge from outside the game. The game session, or if you're using knowledge that your character doesn't have access to, that's, you know, literally where metagaming is coming into play. So yeah, you would need to be able to abstinent, like stay away from doing that. Guess I'll just have to deal with the fucking fact that these wall pieces don't, like, again, then we have this wall piece which you can just place like this and you get the exact same effect. But why? Like, why didn't they just keep it consistent then? Why have like some of the pieces have flooring in one way and then some of them have that edge and some don't? And then again, even more, some of the wall pieces are just like, I get why these are standalone. It's obviously so you can do this, you know, like that makes sense. So you can build up in height. So you need those pieces regardless. But why not just only use those pieces then? Because it's slightly more performance gain by having them here, but I don't know. Then I know metagame. Huh? Then you don't metagame as in like because of the definition of it doesn't fit? Or what do you mean? Or just saying like you're just not gonna metagame? Ah, okay. Obviously, some things you can't avoid metagaming because, you know, if it's a logic puzzle, for instance, and you saw the puzzle being created, you know the answer to the puzzle, right? It's like impossible. Also noticed that the camera just went like all over the place because I moved that fucking thing. Get that. There we go. Tail Spire. I think it is two words, Papa Raves. Welcome to the stream. Yes, it is Tail Spire. Oh my god. I think this webcam like slightly candid. It looks like it. Okay. Yeah, okay. I totally screwed this cam up. Just small movements. Didn't put this on a ball bearing yet. Maybe I should do that for next stream. You picked this up, haven't actually used it though. Soon. You're also a DM. I guess I can give you some inspiration then. It's really cool though. I don't really think that we need these. Because it's not like you can just... Oh, okay, you can. Never mind. Yeah, so when you're in like controlling your token, you can either move them around with like a mouse. You can even set it up, like I've got to set it up so they snap onto the grid in the game. But you can have it, like the default is that it's completely loose, but for D&D I would probably do this. But you can also hold down shift and then press WASD, and then it'll, based on like camera placement, move it accordingly. So pressing W right now moves it upwards, but if I turn the camera around and hold down shift and press W, it goes the opposite way, so it's relative. I'm 40, I've been DMing since Advanced D&D 2nd edition, holy shit. We do everything from TSR. Okay, I don't know any of those things. I've only done a few things. You bought this for the COVID. I mean, yeah. I can imagine why. However, it's also just a good tool, just generally speaking. GURPS, Vampire the Masquerade, Rifts, Battletech MechWarrior, and tons of other RPG tabletops. Huh. Yeah, I've played... What have I played? I've played a lot of homebrew. Like... homebrew that was loosely D&D based, but... mostly focused on the RP aspect. I've played Call of Cthulhu. And then I've played D&D 4th edition and 5th edition. And that's pretty much the extent in terms of tabletop. Nintendo Power Magazines. So for context, I'm from 92. So that makes me 29 years old at this stage. We didn't... Like, when I was a kid, the first machine we got was the NES, and it was a hand-me-down, which was my first gaming console, I think. So, but we couldn't afford. I didn't really have gaming magazines and that stuff when while I was growing up. So no, not quite. I know about them though, but that's because of AVGN. If it weren't for him, I just wouldn't be able to. Oh yeah, something really cool you can also do to break up the shapes is you can actually intersect these as well. How about we try that? So how did I even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16, 17. So it's uneven? Yes. What happens if I do this? It might need to move that over a little bit. Use the game maps they had in there as your first adventure while in school, before you found D&D. Oh, okay. It's pretty cool though. That didn't take you long. Yeah, when I started, like my first, how was it even? Can't remember which order I did things. So I'm also, or I'm not anymore, but I used to do LARPing back in the day. From mostly like my high school time in high school. And the people that I met there, we basically all started playing pen and paper on the side as well as like a social thing that we did. LARP, wow. How do I find the building control? Clunky or smooth? If you're used to 3D modeling software, it's really smooth. There are some instances where you gotta get used to it, but I think it's a lot of the cases it's mainly an issue where it's both the building tool but the playing tool. So if you're moving stuff around and certain things are only available to do in certain modes, like if I place down a token here, you know, he's transparent. If I want to remove him, I have to go out of building mode, and then in here I have to kill the token. I can also only move him around here. So if I go back into building mode, you know, he's unselectable. Also, like if I'm in build mode, I place this down and I start messing around with, like I did this earlier, there's these rulers here that you can use. So if I want to show off like a feature or measure something or whatever, you know, I can put this down and be like, oh, okay, this is 4.5 tiles. And instinctively you might do a Control-C, but that doesn't remove the lines. That's done with right click. But there's a good way around that. So if I press this, put something down again, and I go out of build mode at least, Control-C does nothing anymore. And as soon as I go back into build mode, it works again. Just as like one example. Wanted to get into LARPs, but the GRPs in your city use them as an excuse to get drunk and have adult interaction that I can't describe on Twitch. Groups. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I grew up in a smaller town. I mean, everything's smaller in Denmark anyway. But when I was in high school, LARPing was just becoming the fucking shit because of Lord of the Rings and stuff. And as a result, you know, a lot of kids started doing LARPing. The first time I played, how many people were there? There were at least 70 people or something the first time I tried LARPing. It was ridiculous. But the you know, that number drastically dropped down as parents realized the amount of work it took to actually you know, get a costume and maintain it, and even the kids would also lose interest very quickly. Yeah, I mean, towards the end of the lifespan of this community, you know, the average would be around 15, GMs included. I got dragged into LARPing because of personal interest, and I just was there as a player. And, you know, that got me introduced to a lot of the people that I know today, that I consider really good friends of mine. I got a ton of experience. We did the pen and paper stuff as well on the sidelines. And eventually, the old GM group for the community sort of died out. And let's call this one. And the new people that would take it over from the old DM group or whatever needed replacements to fill their ranks. And the main guy orchestrating this, he basically pointed at people like me and said, "You've played for a really long time, and your mom is getting involved in like all this role-playing stuff anyway on the practical side of things. She was taking care of the website and such. And she was like interacting with the old scenario group, whom were much older than me at that time when I started, of course." And basically he told me, "So I really want you in the scenario group." So I kind of got forced into it. Yeah, basically. Like my mom was just doing the website at that point in time and helping them out with those practical things. Because basically the scenario group would consist of players, and then you would have grown-ups, you know, on the side as well. Parents help out with some of the organizational stuffs. Mom thought it was the devil's game. My mom introduced me to gaming, but I can get to that story later. So basically, I got dragged into this, and my mom got involved even more as well. She ended up managing like not just the website, but also the financial side of things, because, you know, it's a small community and stuff. And that's also how I got introduced into world building, making all the scenarios and stuff. So I've been a GM for quite a long time, and I was there until I basically moved away, at which point they still kept it alive a little bit, but it kind of died down a little bit. And now it's completely shut down, unfortunately. They had to close. That's what happens when no new people rise to the prospect of having to manage something like this. Family don't give a crap about your stuff. Yeah, I guess some people's families are gonna be like that. But yeah, it was like I wouldn't trade it for anything. Just the cool people that I met through it, and I'm still, you know, I still occasionally hang out with today, and I communicate with. Like, it's just amazing. Mm. A good thing, also a bad thing. Yeah, I can see why. So yeah, I've been in a multitude of NPC character roles. Now, with that said, though, I'm not gonna try and come off as someone who has a lot of experience, so I've got a lot of experience doing LARPs, but that doesn't mean that I'm good at it. Is what I was going for. I was always on the, you know, I was mostly using it as a way to like get out from just staying inside all day and to meet people and hang out and stuff. Only played 4 games, you always get stuck at storyteller. Okay. My main NPC role was mostly of a practical nature, but also I was like an information guy. So I was one of those NPCs that knew stuff. But yeah, my mom basically got completely involved in all that. And everyone in the scenario group knew my mom, and you know, even today she's actually getting visits from some of the people way back then, which is really cool. She is. She was the one who kind of got me introduced into gaming. I mean, we got that NES when growing up as a hand-me-down. And my own first personal console was a N64. And then in the PlayStation, and, you know, moving into a PS2, GameCube, all that stuff. I have a lot of gaming consoles. But when we started getting into the N64 stuff, things got a little bit more difficult because playing Ocarina of Time is really difficult when you can't read. Especially if it's in a language that is not your native language, and even more difficult so than when your parents can't read it either. So what do you do? Well, my mom decided to help me out. So she would basically read the language, the game text and everything, trying to figure out what you needed to do in order to progress, and then she would sit and play the games with me. Why couldn't you read? Because it was in English and I was like 7 years old or something. Like I could hardly even read my own language at that point. So I wasn't even a teenager yet. I'm pretty sure, at least. You can technically take this whole hallway here, go like this. Control C, Control V, boom. Copy and paste it if you wanted to. You can also rotate it. Something I plan on doing eventually is have like a board where I keep like prefabbed stuffs, like with distance apart from each other, like houses and such, so that if I need to build like a city district, I can just pull out like eyedrop kind of way and then put them in. You can also share them and bookmark them, and when you share them, it's actually just a long string of text that you can just copy paste and send off to someone, and then they can import it like that, which is really cool. But yeah, my mom would be playing the games alongside me. New board, let's do that. And sort of figure out what I needed to do. And that just ended up in her having to actually beat the game herself. Because how else would you figure out how to beat a game if you don't beat it, you know? How would you figure out what to do? And that meant that means today that my mom beat Ocarina of Time before me. It also means that she beat Final Fantasy 7 and 8. All the Spyro games, all the Crash Bandicoot games, she's beaten. Fun fact, actually, I gifted her the remastered trilogy of Crash Bandicoot for Mom's Day this year. And I think it was last year I gave her Spyro. Like I showed you not for Final Fantasy, she had she was having trouble with it. So she ended up finding a game guide online where she ended up printing it out. So still to this day, in my mom's house, there's like possibly 2 this thick plastic, what are they called, folders or whatever, with just printed out page after page of walkthrough for Final Fantasy 7 and 8. I still haven't beaten Final Fantasy 8 actually. It's on my bucket list. I was stuck a minute. Fun fact in case you don't know about Final Fantasy 8, which is probably why I won't ever bother beating it. There's no difficulty in the game. As stupid as that may sound. There is a little bit, but there's no point in leveling in that game. There's no point in grinding anything. In fact, it actually only makes it harder. Yes, you might be mind blown by this, but there's no reason for any of the grinding that you might have done in the past. Literally none. Because enemies scale based off of your level. So the higher level you are, the higher level the boss is gonna be. And I only learned about this very recently, in fact. And it's actually a well-acknowledged strategy for beating the game the easiest way, by just steamrolling through it. Don't farm the abilities and everything. Yep, exactly. Because by grinding your skills or whatever, can't remember what that calls, but by doing that, you're actually just making the game harder for yourself, believe it or not. And my pride is hurt, lol. Yeah, so if you just took your sweet time towards the end of the game, you're just making it harder for yourself. Which is why I probably won't ever consider playing that game again now that I know. Because that really turns me off the game. But yeah, she beat those games, and I think her mentality might have changed, but back then, her mentality was, if you don't 100% the game, you haven't beaten it yet. Literally. That was her mentality. You know, partially also because games were expensive, but it's like, I said like, I would, at some point, I think I said like, I just beat Mario 64. It's like, the first thing she would say to me, well, did you get all the stars yet? I'm like, no. Well, then you haven't beaten it yet. I'm like, thanks? Okay. Like, damn, mom. Brutal? Yeah, exactly. I think she's changed her stance on it maybe a little bit. Can we even do it this way? Okay, we can probably make some funky stuff to make this work, but we'll see. But yeah, these days though, she mostly just plays Lord of the Rings online. I got her into it when I was still living at home. When I was playing it, trying it out with a friend of mine. And it just stuck to her because she's a huge Lord of the Rings fan herself. Like she has an Orlando Bloom Legolas. I know, actually not a Legolas poster, I think. Just an Orlando Bloom poster in her computer room. She's a pretty interesting woman for sure. It's also why you know, she's so popular in my friends group as, like, you know, an amazing mom. Can't argue with that. I was really lucky. Yeah, she has gone on and beyond with that game. Like, she has every single character class at max level. And if I remember correctly, she has every single achievement, everything that you could possibly do with every single character. She's done it with every class. Like, I can't even begin to fathom how many hours she's dumped into that game. And she's, you know, doing raids and things that you wouldn't necessarily imagine when you're picturing, you know, a mom who's getting up in her older years, you know. So she's definitely staying active for sure. And it's I think it's good for her. She's gotten to interact with a lot of people because of that, so it's definitely healthy. And not just that, like in terms of actually getting to talk with people on a almost, if not daily basis, but I guess it also gives her stuff to do. But also, like, it expands her worldview, I think. Since, you know, she has ever since she started on this, she's encountered people who have, like, very different ways and perceptions on worldview and everything. So I think it might even have changed her perception on some, let's call it, sensitive topics for some people. Okay, how we want to do this? Let's put a pillar there. It looks like this. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of her in that. This doesn't really work too well, does it? Get ready for work. All right. Yeah, I should also consider making some dinner soon. Like, it's just gonna be mac and cheese, but still. Oh, we also have these blocks, of course. Could I use this to my advantage? I could. Yeah, Kevin. Well, good to hear that, you know, have stuff to talk about. Oh yeah, how did you get your PC back again? Oh yeah, you went by train because you freaking. Oh yeah, now I know why you why you brought that up. Yeah, you bought like a land bag or whatever, right? Yeah, land bag in quotation marks. Yeah, that's right. More like, the fuck am I supposed to carry 40-kilo bag? Yeah, I can only imagine. How did you make it? How did that even go? I don't think you ever told me. I can only imagine it must have been like super heavy. Okay, let's do the second floor of this. Sprinkle some wall tiles in here and there. There. I kind of want to put one there as well. Okay, let's just keep this one flat as that. Let's fill in all these gaps. Like so. So step past your alarm, took a cab to the station, but the driver was late, so you had like 10 minutes from my place to the station, right? But you needed to go to the bus station and the driver took you to the train station. So you grabbed that thing and ran there but missed the bus. Halfway there you almost passed out because it was like 25 degrees Celsius. Had no form of liquid on me, so I drove all the way home with no food nor water, carrying that thing all the way. You're happy to be alive. Oh man, I can only imagine. Yeah, and it's not even, yeah. Of course, it would have been a long way to this bus station if you like walked the distance, for sure. That really was the cherry on the cake of the whole lockdown. This looks pretty decent. Haven't quite tested the tokens with this. Let's try that. Okay, you can still kind of jump up there. Guess it's because there's no roof over it. That's fine. I think this gets the atmosphere pretty well. Just need some small details. It was like a 5-hour train drive. Yeah, one really makes you wonder if we're ever gonna get like a better train system in this country. I really hope so, because that's also like the one thing, if I have to deliberate whether or not I want to go and visit my family down south or not, is that it always boils down to, do I want to deal with a 5-hour plus train ride every time. Like that's always my main consideration. I just can't stand sitting still in a train for that long. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, I have it a hard enough time to, like, even having to spend 30 minutes on a commute, like a daily commute, it's like tough, man. Like, I can get around it, but still. It's also 4.5 hours. Ugh. I still remember they said that they wanted to like change it all up so that it would eventually only take at most 1 hour from the major destinations in this country, but those plans probably changed. No. Picking me up and driving to my family. Damn, that's. I imagine one day I'll probably just finally get a driver's license and maybe be able to afford a car. That's probably just what it's gonna be eventually. Like right now, even I have the luxury that our good friend living further up north is fine coming to pick me up when I go and visit him, you know, instead of having to use public transit. Get a moped. What the fuck should I do with a moped? If the train ride takes 5 hours, how long do you think it's gonna take by moped? Scoot. Crazy, man. Crazy. In 12 hours, but it'll be a blast. I don't think so. I don't think so, Cyber. Ooh, we could also start implement some mushrooms into this. They might actually fit pretty well. But probably shouldn't go into too many details. Like, if it doesn't really add much to the player's experience, then, you know, is it really worth doing? So a few mushrooms here and there, and some plants, some lighting should be good. Nope. Maze 2. You're going for a nice car next year. Let me just show off the tavern here. Tavern, interdimensional tavern, as it's called. It's my test scene. Don't remember. I don't think I ever fixed the atmosphere settings here. Can't remember. There's no post effects. For some reason it just looks slightly different though. Yeah, you wanna have a little tour of the tavern. This is like supposed to function as like a you know, pre-session start. Dig around, experiment with your token, and just hang around before the actual session starts. So like a starting point. So this is the tavern. And this was like the first thing I made with this tool, which is should get it from a good angle and have as your background of the webcam, or just a chatting scene. Thing is, you can't get good angles in this. Something like this, maybe. Yeah, I don't remember if you can change those settings, but anyway, this is was also a test to see how it will work with interiors. Because so you can see this thing on the right here, as you drag it up and down, it pops things in and out of existence, because that's basically the cutoff level. So if I do this, it'll only show things beyond that height level. And then if you zoom out, it'll like put them back in again dynamically. It's really cool. You can also pop it up. Like some of the things you can interact with, like the doors you can open and close. And then if you're like inside, for instance, go back into the build menu and just drag in our test token here. I select this guy. I mean, the stairs, they work. It's just, you of course disappear because of the cutoff, but it's like an upper level. I mean, you can even get on the tables and everything. I haven't actually tried this. Yeah, you can also jump down, and then, you know, it works just fine. If there's no wall to climb up, it won't allow, like, you can still jump up by dragging it across. You can also do some stuff where if you hold down shift, it teleports, making it a bit easier to move things around. So yeah, you can like do some pretty cool stuff here. There's also a secret underground basement here. Obviously not that secret because it's not hidden, but I wanted to try out to see if that multi-level thing, how it works out and everything. It's a little planning table, whatever. It's like you can also do some really cool stuff with the tokens themselves, for instance. So for instance, it's probably not a good example token, but like for instance, if we go in and we say monsters, there should be a dragon in here, like so. But you know, this dragon only takes up a 1x1 area. Well, dragons in D&D come in different shapes and sizes. So what do? Well, go to GM tools, you set the size, and then I think a 4x4 is a gargantuan dragon. So yes. I especially like the added screen shake effect when you make the tokens that are larger move around. So you can totally have like a gargantuan enemy creatures here. And since you can do that with any token, you know, it makes it really flexible. You can also make it fly. So now it's not grounded anymore. Alright, Andre. So let's see. Set the size. You can also change it all the way back to half the square size. Which is sometimes, you know, you have a token that is so small that it can stand in other players' square. So if you have a, like this could be a dragon familiar, I suppose. I don't know. If you really wanted to. can also hide them. And then if I press tab, this is basically GM view, which is how you make these things visible again. That took me a while to figure out where this menu was, because I stumbled upon it by accident. And I hid something by accident. I was like, how do I fucking reveal this again? But this is how. So this is used for like if you want to plan an ambush or have enemies hidden on the tile in preparation, for instance. You can also do some other things that... Oh, I thought I had set that up last time. Because you can place these markers here, but I can't remember. Yeah, this is like if you want to fetch all the players into a certain location. Again, only visible in GM mode. But I was certain there was something else. Oh yeah, you can also make atmosphere markers. These are used if you want or need to change the atmosphere mid-fight or mid-setting. So if you want to change this, for instance, for this map, for instance, it might make sense to have two of these actually. One for... Can you have... Can I have more than one, please? No? Is it because... Wait, what? I bet you it's because I've got something selected or something. What? Totally just won't allow me to place another one. Save and close, is that why? Should be able to make more of these. Oh, it's because I had the other menu open for some reason. It suddenly decided that it would block it. But yeah, you can have two of these. So you can have one for the darkness. So one for nighttime and the other one set for daytime. So that way you should be able to... Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. Darkness, save and close. So now I can, on the fly, just apply these settings in GM mode. So you can basically switch it from day to night cycle. Obviously you can also use this to change the ambient sounds or the music. Say you want to change the music to like a battle thing or whatever it may be. And you've got some very specific settings. Like you can even move the sun around in the sky if you want to. You can also add some post-processing effects if that's a thing that you want to utilize. But the marker blocks is what... I can't remember how you do this again. Oh, this is hide volumes. This is the thing that I wanted to look at. So this is like a really cool feature. So obviously we have a bookshelf in here, right? And the idea is that, oh, you slide the bookshelf to the side and there's a hidden passage on the other side. And that's what these, you can establish these hidden volume things that you can toggle the visibility of in GM mode. Sort of to simulate, oh, you move the bookshelf to the side without hard code almost deleted like in world. You're just disabling it. So I could also do one down here, for instance, with like some bushes or whatever. And I don't quite recall. I seem to... I think I was considering this, but I don't think it's supposed to work that way. But yeah, so I think this is only used for fetching players to like a specific point of interest. Like, oh, you gotta move everything over here. Don't know if it has any other functionality right now, but eventually I hope they add more triggers and sort of halfway game mechanic-y features in here where you can hide and unhide things based off of, you know, combined markers. So say you wanted to hide a larger volume of stuff, but it's not like you can't just put it within one square area like this one is, for instance. You know, if I were to cover more of this room, it would affect more things. But say like, you know, there were a bunch of details in here that I also wanted to enable with the same volume just to make it easier for me, and then just trigger it from one place. Then, yeah, I think you get the idea. It would be nice to have like one common place to trigger all a collection of things from, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, like this is like just a simple, even this is relatively simple of what you can do with this toolkit. Just going back to this for a moment. Oh yeah, I want to see something really cool as well. You can do dice rolls in here too. So say you want to do a D100 roll. You take a D10 and a D... Well, they're technically both D10s, but you get what I'm saying. Get them in the world like this. Boom. And you get to roll them in the world. And then if you need to do another set of dice, like let's just say we have an attack roll that might look something like this for some reason. It gets there. And there's like a simple chat system in here, so you can see everything that was rolled. And then say there's also like initiative as well for the tokens, like basic functionality. And say you wanna, it's your turn again and you need to roll the same dice. Well, you just pick them up and throw them again. So it also means that different players can utilize the same dice sets. Maybe you should get into D&D again. Well, I mean, you would need to... what are the DM tools again here? Request full dice clear. Oh, there we go. Well, that's up to you, my dude. But yeah, we do have like quite a decent selection of creatures and general tokens that you can use. I mean, you can use a token... The token doesn't have to represent 100% what it is you need it to, but it doesn't hurt to have a good selection here to differentiate them, especially from a GM's perspective, you know. So as long as you can differentiate one from the other, it's pretty good. And they look really nice. But yeah, I mean, you can also measure things, like I've kind of already shown this at some earlier point in time. Maybe just pick a point of reference and then measure from one area to another. Can also do bursts. I don't know how these are actually... Can you actually scale these? So otherwise, like, what if your cone is like supposed to be bigger? Ah, okay, so when you place it, you change the cone size. Okay, that's cool. So it's like a 90-degree cone in that general direction. Of course, there's the bursts as well. And this is like something that is really gonna be useful in 3 dimensions, because if you're doing a burst and someone's standing on a ledge, in 2D, that would be impossible to figure out, except maybe like doing an estimate, you know? But here is like no argument if whether or not you can hit something that's further up. And that's kind of mainly one of the reasons why I've never ever bothered, in none of the campaigns I've been in, we've ever bothered with 3-dimensional space, because it's just too difficult on a 2-dimensional plane. Here though, it's really useful, or it's really easy to do, relatively. So I want to do just one more labyrinth, or maze tile thing. Oh, I should really also get some food. Be right back. It'll only take like a minute. Steam says Tailspire is like Valheim or Eco. What? What? Really? Okay, Steam. Steam, you can do this. Is it? Let's see, what does it say for me? More like this. Project Zomboid. Craftopia. The Wild Aid Garden Pause. Blade and Sorcery. Breakwaters, a lot of things I've never heard of. For the King, I've seen gameplay of that, and there's Valheim. I mean, okay, tabletop simulator, that makes sense. At least. Like, it doesn't even show Fantasy Grounds on here. The heck? Ah, Steam, you silly. Okay. Well, undoubtedly, while my undoubtedly hot mac and cheese cools down a little bit, so it's actually possible to take it out of the microwave without getting your hands burned off. Might as well at least begin on another one of these dungeon things. So I basically think that as long as I make like a straight hallway, a bend, and a T section, should be fine. That's all I need for these. Okay, let's put this one here. But yeah, I do find that this is really intuitive to use. So, I mean, on just that alone, a lot of the other programs don't really quite hit the mark always either. So, it's not really like you need to do much in order to do better on that front. Fill in all these gaps. Okay, just extend it a little bit in this direction, I would say. Just a few tiles. It doesn't have to be like 100% equal lengths on all the hallways, so it's perfectly fine. What do we want to do for the bend here, though? Because I could do it like I did on the other one. I think that's probably just what we're gonna do. And so those. And these. Just to keep it like the same style, I guess. You could say. Then such and such. Then we just gotta build the rest of it. Okay, I think I like placing down the light sources first because, well, they give off light. And if you place down those first, then you have a pretty good, like, it makes it easy to distribute the lighting around the area. Even though it's not, you know, extremely strong lighting, still find it pretty important as it helps make the scene feel a little bit more alive. So having that relatively well distributed early on just makes it easier. I mean, I could technically go back to each and every single one of these free hallways, copy paste, and if I needed to, and then use that to make like a larger section of multiple pieces, if you will. It's not completely out of the question. For the use case that I have, though, it's not really required to have something like super long, though. Let's move that over there. Bottom. Could I build maps for you as well? Yes, technically. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that. Don't know why I said technically, but yes, you can do that. It works as a text-based sharing system. I can't remember how it works again. Those are just the thingies. But if I say I were to, let's just copy this small section as a small example. Control C. Now it's over here. You can Control V it, but probably can't. What's a good way to show this off? Well, that was how it worked. Maybe not. How does it work again? But yeah, you can export things and import things. It's all text-based. Ah, there we go. It finally worked. So if I go over here and I show you my notepad, like so. So, oh, God damn it, I shouldn't shake that window around. So, we've got this notepad here, and I just Control C inside Tailspire. If I Control V here, this is literally the selection that I just copied in there. So that's how everything gets shared. It's just a long string of text. Selecting more things. Going back to the document. voila. That's how it works. So you could even store these locally outside of the game slash program and then import them later. So you wouldn't even technically need to have a scene where you pick your prefabs from, though that would obviously still be way better because you get a visual representation. But yeah, you can just share it and then just send it to someone like a text message, which is super handy because you don't run into issues like on Discord with like a file limit or anything. So you do get like issues with text length limits, but then you can just put it into a text document and then send that off, right? So well, while I eat my food, how are you guys doing on a day like today? What are you guys up to? Oh, welcome back, Andre. Just started eating my mac and cheese. I'm bored. Is that because I'm not streaming RimWorld today? How do you rotate? You hold down Alt. If you look in the... Oh yeah, it probably doesn't show you all. They did just go through the tutorials. It doesn't take super long. And they're really helpful in getting you started. Possibly. Yeah, you'll have to wait a little bit with that. Unfortunately. But like I said in the start of the stream, if I don't stream this, there just won't be anything that I will be able to stream during the weekdays, because otherwise I just won't be able to get this campaign up and running. So it's like either I stream this or I don't stream anything. At the moment, at least. Like right now, there's just so many things that I need to do for the campaign that it's gonna take some work and effort. I love how it still says "arg" right here. Like you can have stats in here, but it's very limited. Each token can only have 4 different stat types. And the stat type itself is shared between all token types, or all tokens in the game. So the way that works is if we put down the skeleton dude here, and we look into its stats, this is where those 4 variables come in. But they're literally just that. They're just variables that you can change. And there's basically just 4 colors, so that's what you got to work with, which means the red one's going to be the same stat for every single one. Again, it's just a number, so make of that what you will. They also have their actual HP here. But there's no mechanic in the game for actually dealing the damage from what I know. It might come at some later point. But like, for instance, let's say we have this skeleton here and we want to hit this guy. Then we can just whop out. But it's just a visual effect. So it's like a visual aid to say, for players to say, I'm going to attack this guy. Instead of you as a player trying to explain to the GM who you actually are attacking, you can visualize it, I assume is the idea. Similarly, if you're an archer, you can do ranged attacks too. Obviously, that's just a magic missile, but it works. Also animate your things if you want to. You can also enable a torch, but that's just a visual light. It doesn't actually represent actual in-game lighting, if you will, like in-universe lighting. So they still have some work to do when it comes to some game mechanic stuffs, especially the fog of war and lighting, like mechanic wise, needs some work still. But I'm sure that'll come eventually. I hope there's going to be a system where it's just completely automatic, that if you just don't have a light source or a vision type that can see the enemies, then they just don't show up. I mean, it makes sense. If you can't see them, then why should they show up? Because right now you have to hide them and unhide them manually. Which means if you have an enemy, for instance, that can go invisible due to stealth, then, you know, you still have to do that manually. Which is something you also have to do on a regular D&D game. It's just here, apart from an actual tabletop session, you have the luxury that your tokens are still visibly there. You know, you can actually hide them while they're still there for you to see. On a regular tabletop, you kind of have to just, as a GM, imagine where you're putting your token and stuff. So again, it's not, from what I can tell, and from what I assume they're going for, this is not supposed to be like a D&D 5th edition specific tabletop tool. It's just a very, like, relatively generic system where you have a grid that you can place things on and make them kind of pretty, and you have tokens you can move. And you can do dice rolls. And then you just move your tokens in here, and then you do all your actual damage calculations and management outside. So no macros or anything. Anything like that anyway. This is so good. So no, is this kind of stuff interesting to you guys? Let me know. Zoned out for a bit, but it seems legit. All right. I assume that wasn't to the to the last question I posed though. Mm. Mm. I also have a RimWorld modding project that I need to get back to eventually, but I kind of got sidetracked from it because I started streaming and I needed to learn all these things instead. So probably will be quite a while before I get to that. But I have contemplated doing that as a streaming thing. Making a mod. Technically, yes. It's mostly just a reskin though. It's for the flooring mod that I'm using. The buildable floor stuff. I like the patterns, but the textures are not the same quality as the one I used to replace terrain textures with. And it means that I don't really feel they fit well enough together. So since there's no other mod out there that patches the visual appeal of those particular floors, I kind of want to make a patch that changes them. But there is one more thing to it. Because I was contemplating also adding my very own custom floors into the game, or at least have the option to. So my own carpet designs, because I feel that I know you can get all the carpeting mods where you can put a carpet on top of your floors and everything. But if you just want to build a floor out of carpet, I don't feel that there's enough variation out there mod wise for you to utilize, like in terms of patterns. Like there are some good ones out there, but they only include like a small handful of patterns. And a lot of the mods that add carpet floors, like as a buildable floor type, they either don't support the stuffed floors mod in one way or another, or they just don't fit in with the style, or even worse, add a bunch of other stuff that I'm not interested in. So and though I love the stuffed floors mod and everything else that the offerer has made, I think if I remember correctly, it's Fluffy who made those. Um, I just don't understand why he needed to, or they, I don't even know, they needed to move every single floor type into the floors menu. It's not really a problem for me right now anymore, but people who don't have a, I guess, 2K monitor or whatever, they have very limited screen space. Speaking from experience. And especially the floors menu already with just a single floors mod in there, like the stuffed floors itself, adds so many tiles in there that almost half your screen gets covered up when everything's unlocked. And for some reason, he forces every single floor texture that you can build into that menu. And if you try and set it to a different menu, you get a warning when you load the game and you end up with duplicate floors as well, which obviously isn't optimal. So I kind of also wanted to make a optional patch that reverts that change, but it's a little bit more difficult, and so okay, Andre, enjoy. I mean, I'll just be talking about stuff here anyway, so you can always come and chip in if you feel like there's something you want to say. Hmm. Hmm. Well, yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to do the mod. Hmm. You doubt you'll enjoy it? Which part? Playing Overwatch? Oh, okay. A lot of sweaty boys in quick play. You know, I just don't understand you people sometimes. Almost every single person that I talk with over salt, yeah. Almost every person that I talk with that play Overwatch, they all complain about the other players in one way or another. Either saying that they just don't know how to play the game, or like, yeah, just their social behavior on Overwatch is not acceptable sometimes. But still, you guys keep playing it. I'm not one to judge, but I just can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, okay. Just like Overwatch, but there's so much salt that you could make the ocean double as salty. Also, partially why I tend to steer clear of competitive shooters, or similar competitive games at least. I do make a few exceptions though. Hmm. This is so good though. This is the last mac and cheese though. By the way, Kevin, I've made some changes to my Discord. Not the Bended Rules one, but the Dragonclaw community one. So it's been changed into a community server for once, and I've tried setting up a bunch of channels accordingly. Um, and a couple of things else in there. Like you're still a moderator, but I thought I would hear your opinion, I guess, on what we should add to the Discord potentially, or change, or anything really. Because I've had a look at some other things in other places, and some other Discords they do some pretty cool stuff that I don't know how you even do. Might be a Nitro only thing, I don't know. But yeah, that's the just a little PSA for you, I suppose. I did add a Dino bot that we can use to make some automated messages. Like right now, if it's working correctly, people who join should automatically get a role assigned, and if they've been in there for 24 hours, they automatically move into a different role. um which is just a thing, like a solution for now, though I would actually really like to have it where if you get into the Discord and you like when you get into the Discord, you're considered like a specific role, and that role only has access to a specific channel that welcomes you, outlines the rules, and gives you instructions on how to claim like a what do you call it? Like a role change. Sort of just so that you get to see only the rules and everything, like from joining a basically just so that you get all the crucial information up front without having issues with finding it, of course, and so that there's literally no excuse if someone misbehaves down the line for some reason. And then as soon as you basically accept those rules, terms, whatever you want to call it, then you get given the role where that channel specifically becomes invisible and everything else opens up. That's kind of how I want to do it. Right now, it's just that when you enter, you automatically get assigned the role of vagrant, and then after 24 hours, you just automatically become a citizen. But I think becoming a citizen should be that thing where you basically sort of accept the rules, so to speak. So like it's on your Discord. Maybe. I can't remember. I know I'm part of it, but I don't know if you had that feature back then. Yeah, exactly. You have to like type exclamation mark accept. I think some Discords do it where you just have to react with a certain emote onto like a pinned comment or something. Which sounds a little bit cooler. It's not really like it makes a big difference, but you know, visual presentation and everything. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put this plate away. this one. It was getting a little bit. The air in here was getting a little bit bad, so time to get some fresh air, I suppose. Okay, Andre, I thought it was always the healer that got all the blame, but maybe not in Overwatch. I own the game, I just don't play it. Got a gift to me like a while back now. Okay, this is cool. And if they actually too good, then it's the healer. Okay, good to see that the people have like priorities at least. I'm pretty sure it's probably unanimous then. So it might be a weird curiosity as to why I'm building the walls this high, even if you basically don't get to see them. Well, there is actually something here that makes a lot of sense. Because I'm a monkey. Let's do it like this. So, of course, you won't necessarily ever see the upper levels here, right? But do note that the shadows created by these walls still have an effect. So even if I lower this, the shadows stay the same. So if you want to get the atmosphere that these walls are actually pretty tall, then you would technically still need to build them slightly taller than maybe necessary for gameplay purposes. That makes sense, right? And it's the same thing if you're doing an interior, like the ceiling, the roofing, everything adds to the lighting. Trees are another good example of this. So you could just put down just a tree stump, but then the atmosphere suffers. Okay. Do you like where these pieces are going though? It's really starting to look pretty good. I think the thing that I am dreading the most for this campaign is trying to manage the creatures. Because in the original campaign, I used a bunch of information that is fourth edition, like D&D 4th edition specific, so I will basically have to redo all of that if I want to like, even if I want to just reuse or rerun that part of the campaign just for a new audience. And back then I had the luxury, let's call it, that one of my friends decompiled D&D's official like database for all the online versions of all the creatures, to the point where I could make my own encounter compendium using LaTeX. Okay, good. Thanks, Kevin. I'll take a look when I have the time. Oh, you mean, this is I see. Looks like you're making a little bit of a swamp there. It's like half of the map. Let's get some ferns in here just for a little bit of greenery. Nice. Oh, what the fuck are you even doing? Well, I mean, it looks like a swamp. That's about all that I can see. I saw, like, noticed a campfire and stuff, but I mean, I don't know if you have a plan that you're going with. It's a little bit hard to comment on it more than just like, cool. Okay, so that vine there is actually the exact same model used here. Okay, so you can actually place these anywhere, I suppose. Going with the flow, yeah. That's something that I also tend to do. Usually I'll have like a general idea of where I want to go, but the actual destination is anyone's guess. Lush forest. Okay. But it turns swampy. Yeah. When I made the tavern, I had like a pretty clear idea of what I wanted to accomplish. Like, I knew I wanted it to be on the ocean side. I knew it was going to be a tavern that was like a little, like I would have a beachfront area, and I would have like a, you know, a raised up area that would go up into where the tavern was with like a road. And then I knew that I wanted the secret basement area, and it would go into the ocean as like a second like access point. That's basically what I conceptualized in my head. And then I had a general idea of how I wanted the layout to be as well. So, you know, I wanted that curved beach area so that you got the impression of a nice big ocean on that direction. Also, to avoid having to put down too much landscaping, you know, because if something's easy to make, it's a lot of ocean. And then everything just evolved from there, really. And that was before I even know what tiles we had available. I just assumed you could make a tavern. So, okay, I'll close the window. Old arms. Is it ironic that someone who calls himself Dragon King on the internet is constantly freezing? Sometimes wonder that. Yup. Because I'm called Viking and I don't. I really like the light given off these crystals. It's like not just a spherical, you know, lighting source. They actually have some subsurface scattering like lights to them. I assume, from what I can tell, it looks like they're projecting a light in maybe 4 different directions. Then they have like a texture mask or something, and that's how it works. Because doing subsurface scattering would be really expensive. It does give off a really cool effect though. Probably even more so if it's during the nighttime. So, got like 3 of these. Just need to consult something. Okay, so I need 1 more. This one's gonna be a little bit different though. Mace 4. Or how do I want to pull this off? So I've been using the dungeons tile set. Probably the most appropriate one, I would say. This Desert Village tile set looks really dope as well. There's a lot of interesting shapes to work with here. Okay, so let's get started. So we'll need a large open area. Because this is not going to be a hallway. This is going to be like an end cap, let's call it that. That makes sense. So I think the process here is just going to be like relatively similar to how I did the plains area to get the texture variations down in these stone slabs. But then once we've got the flooring down, I'll of course be using the walls and everything to close it off. So I wonder how big do I want this to be? Okay, so something we can do, we'll need is like an entry point. Which obviously is going to be these 4 white tiles plus the edges. So we'll just do that for a little bit of distance here. Should be fine. Something along these lines. Something like this. Okay. Just a little bit of randomness into these walls. Okay, so if we want to make this rounded room, oh yeah, then we need to, I should probably reuse that strategy I was using earlier. And the other ones, again, these stone blocks. Like something that's really cool about this, you know, is if you used to play Minecraft, you can easily make something with this, right? Like you don't need to use, like even if you just use the tiles, right, you can still make something that's half decent. Like that. And then let's fetch the rounded walls. There it is. And then we'll have these blocks again. And then we need some more of these rounded tiles again, so that we can create this open area here, if you will. It's just how big should it be? If we do like this, I kind of want it to be like equidistant. Is what it's called, right? But I have a feeling that's going to be a bit too big for what I want to do here. So yeah, let's try doing something like this. There, right. Not entirely, is it? No. Okay, so there and there. Okay, that should be it. Yep. That also means that we can start putting down some of these floors. Very good. Mm. There, nice big and open area. Hmm. Could actually make something a little bit different about this one. If we wanted to. But do I want to? Maybe not for now. I would like to make some variations of this circular-ish room though. Or I guess it's not really, like it's not really circular, it's like just rounded, right? But you get what I'm saying. So I will likely make these walls here. Then once that's done, I'll probably look into like copying this and then using this one in particular as a template. And then I'll make a few variations of this template by modifying those copies. And we can do quite a lot of stuff with this room here. A lot of interesting things, I should say. I'm not too worried about that the, you know, this whole entry part is gonna look the same for each, that's fine. You know, it's mostly just a visual aesthetic anyway. But this looks pretty decent as a base shape. Let's see. I might actually eventually just put all the mace pieces in one thing. Maybe I should just do that straight away. I think that might actually be worth doing. Build mode. Select all of this. Thank you very much. Copy and paste. And then there. Let's go into the first one. Go into build mode. Control V. Because it doesn't really matter that you can see the other elements, let's call them that, in the background when you're over here, you know? As long as it's far enough away, it doesn't interfere with the shadows or anything, you're probably not going to think about it too much. Let's go to the third maze. The same thing. Select all of this. Control C. Go back to the first board. Control V. And then have that like over here. And it's fine, like to have this distance for usability's sakes, you can still do some things like I think that's what the marker blocks are for, because those can be used to drag the attention of all your players over to a certain location. And I think that's the intention, so that you can say like, oh, everyone, you need to look over here. And then you just put down the tokens and everything. Okay, we still have the fourth one. Obviously, you wouldn't want to do this with non-generic stuff, because you don't want the party to be able to see the upcoming boss room before they get there, right? But I also acknowledge that if I keep just adding more and more of these boards, eventually navigating around the actual interface, or like keeping track of which one is which, is going to be increasingly difficult. But now we can write delete. Okay. Delete. Okay, and maze 2. I think for the planes, I want to keep those separate just because they're huge open areas. But I don't know. We're going to see all my boards. If you have your space menu open in the top left, it says boards. That's where you see them. Oh, I didn't mean to go back into this one, but yeah. And we can just call this maze, because that's what these things are supposed to be for. I thought I just deleted it all. That would have been pretty terrible, Kevin. Okay. So let's copy and paste this. Move it over some. I mean, technically, actually, now that I think about it, it's not really an issue having multiple things in here if you do it correctly. Yeah, wait a minute. What am I even worried about? I can just make hidden volumes. So I can just have each of these associated with like a hidden volume toggle. And then I can just enable and disable the things that they should and shouldn't be able to see. And then use the markers to bring their attention there. Oh, that's actually... I think that's a pretty good way of doing it. Show you how to copy the string. Okay. So you go into build mode, you select this option here. You press once in like the corner of your thing, and then you press again in the next corner, and then it allows you to drag it up, and you select it on the last thing. And when everything's selected, you just press Control C, like, you know, regular copy, or use the buttons here, and then yeah, that's just how easy it is. From the button, you just select the thing, and then once it's selected, you just copy it, Control C, like you would in code, and that gives you the thing. And you can right click to deselect it. What comment is that, Andre? Isn't that a bit of a shitty thing to say? Also, I would watch myself because he's the moderator on this stream. You know, just a heads up. So I don't think Kevin has, I guess he said he doesn't have any experience with 3D modeling programs. So, you know. Yeah, I guess it does give it away, doesn't it? How do I copy this? Copy message link, maybe? Contents of the system clipboard did not seem to match. Why does it put it in like that? There we go. So this is what Kevin has just built. A little swamp here. Of course, you know, the water settings would have to be changed on my end. Like, I would need to raise the water up so it matches. Something like this. There you go. Looks pretty good for your first try. Even's got a little bridge in there and everything. Where does this go, though? Okay, so it's just a door into nothing. So it's like a dungeon entrance or something. Nice. Oh, it is dry? Okay. You could just as well add water in there, though. Yeah, so So if you want some honest critique on this that you could work on a little bit, what I would do is that all these trees down here, I would limit these trees to background objects. I would place those along the outer edges on these rocks up here. And if you want trees in the actual swamp, I would use... Where is it? Not these. These instead. Because the problem right now is that it's really hard to see where you can go, and the tokens would probably get stuck in here. See? So... But otherwise, it's pretty good start. Kill that guy. There's that complete shit, so that's nice. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's not that hard to make something that looks half decent in this. Right? So it's pretty straightforward. Good that you're a programmer, though. That's your words, not mine. But yeah, as you can see, it does work really well. And the fact that all the data is just can be compiled down into a single string is just really good. I mean, if I can make something that is nice, everyone can, really. I don't like math. What are you talking about? Programming, Andre? And it's funny, Kevin, that I've been using that exact same reasoning when it comes to like university, like educational based stuff. Like if I can learn it, anyone should be able to. Because I don't consider myself a, you know, a brainiac or anything like that. Like, of course, I educate myself on topics and stuff, but I still get a lot of things wrong. A reasonable thinker. I think a lot of people are capable of being a reasonable thinker. They just don't have the patience always, maybe. I know in some cases you can't really, you know, say that. Some people do actually have like a harder time with it, for sure. But that's, you know, I'm just speaking generally. If you're healthy and you don't have any known issues, then should be okay. Otherwise I would have a lot of friends. Okay then. So, how do we want to do this? Hmm. How they built such things in the Middle Ages? I mean, technically speaking, if it weren't because of us in the present time maintaining them, they would long have fallen, like, they would have fallen apart a long time ago. It's actually a problem in France, I think it is. They have a lot of like old medieval chapels and small churches out in the countrysides that just are left to fall apart because they can't maintain all of them. They just have too many, to the point where if you want to, in France, you can buy like a church or a chapel real cheap. From what I remember, it's something I read a little while ago. So if we didn't maintain these things, they would already have fallen apart. Consider me a smart person unless. Well, that's all that you need, right? At least I think that what makes you smart is not necessarily like an objective measurement, but sometimes just as much other people recognizing you as being smart or clever or whatever. Okay, this is looking pretty decent, if I may say so myself. Yeah, people buy castles and stuff. But yeah, what I seem to recall that the article in question that I was reading was like, you know, obviously a bit of a sensational headline, like, oh, do you want to own a castle? Now you can, if you're willing to, if you don't mind it's in France. But yeah, it's because they basically have so many churches or something that they can't maintain them all. So instead of just letting them fall apart, they do give people the option to like just buy them, and then they're basically focusing all their efforts on significant landmark churches or ones that are still in service, because it's also because a lot of them are not seeing any use anymore, since not as many Christians around these days in those parts of the country, if I understood it correctly, or at least not devoted enough to actually give a crap about these old buildings, which is perfectly understandable. You know, a lot of people say like, oh, but that's such a shame, it's like a cultural heritage and such. Yes, technically, but we can't always like maintain everything from the past. Intelligence is also somewhat subjective, no? Kinda. It's hard to objectify it or like consider it in an objective way, because you can make certain assertions based off of, you know, how people go about and such, and then get an idea of what their intelligence is like based off of that, of course. But you can't use something like an IQ test to properly test it, as that test was never intended to be used in that way to begin with. However, you can at least acknowledge intelligence if someone's based off of someone's accomplishments, maybe, I would say. You know, like, oh, if you manage to acquire a university degree, you know, would you be able to say, like, let's turn it around and say, would you be able to say that that person is not intelligent, you know? I'm a donkey believer. One thing that isn't smart is school. Depends. Again, even if school might be another, like, issue that we can address entirely, like the way that schools are run these days, how people are getting graded based off of competences, that they are just not well trained in compared to someone else. Rip, well then, well, I guess then I have to fight for the nobility of being intelligent. I mean, you can be intelligent and still do dumb shit, you know? But that's something else. Because you can be as intelligent as you want, but if you're ignorant within a certain subject, then, you know, your intelligence doesn't matter, right? Or at least that would be one way to look at it. Does this work out well? I put one here. Okay, it kind of fits. So it sits. Then can we just raise that up a little bit? And then just take another one, just put it down on the bottom here. Just so it actually gets flush with the floor, but we get it raised up so it doesn't clip into it like it does up here. Not as big of a problem that it clips into things on the top of these walls, because you probably won't even see that. But down here at least I want to keep it a little bit clean. Or being called so, Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, the grading system. I can give you my take on why we need to learn music. Grade school in particular, a lot of grade school is about opening your horizons to the possibilities that are out there, rather than giving you a particular skill set within a specific field. Specialization always happens afterwards. So if you're already trying to specialize during grade school, then I would say that you're missing the point. You know? Yeah, you can be intelligent but do dumb shit. Yeah. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, Elon Musk falls in the same group, right? He's also, you know, objectively intelligent, right? But also does dumb shit. But the reason why we need to that I think it's a good idea to have a multitude of different class types during early years of school is because you need to be exposed to the options out there. Especially at that age, no one knows what they want to do. And at least over here, those classes, you know, they're only introductory anyway. And once you get into high school stuff, that's when things start becoming a little bit more set in stone. So if you're not well prepared at that point in time to make those choices, you know, you might find yourself in a situation you don't want to be in. Yes, and that's perfectly understandable, Andre. Just remember that when you are in 6th to 7th grade, not everyone is on the same track. So although you might have found out that this is not something you want to do, I know it sucks that people get forced into something they might already have made them up their mind. But we also got to acknowledge that the educational system is very generic. So it's like a one size fits all. And as if you take like a societal view of it, it wouldn't be fair if someone else wouldn't get the same opportunity, like the opportunities they might need just because you don't want to be part of it. And that's just how it is, I suppose. It's not the best system, but it's what we got. Okay, I really like the shaping of this. It's starting to come together. Can fail those classes. Can you? I mean, you don't get graded in 6th and 7th grade. The only grade that matters is the one in 9th grade. Heck, they don't even, like when I went to grade school at least, so this is like a little bit of a story. So in my class, my fellow classmates were getting all like, oh my god, next year we're gonna like actually be receiving grades. And some of the kids, like some of my peers, were getting to that stage where they kind of wanted to know what it was all about, what it was like. You know, they wanted to get a feel for it before it was final. But, so actually the class itself, they wanted to be graded, not as like an actual grade, you know, just a trial grading so that we could get a feel for it. And I think that I'm kind of on the same bandwagon, that sounds like a pretty good idea. But our teachers weren't, like, they didn't agree with that. They were like, no, we don't want to grade you now. Like, you have to wait until next year. We won't do it as a trial thing or anything. Because you're not supposed to worry about that yet at all, I guess. So could I take it or not? Over here, it's optional. Unless you mean... Yeah, so over here, those courses like workshop stuff, hand tailoring, cooking, music also becomes one of them later. Media stuff, IT, all those are optional courses that you can choose and pick between in 6th and 7th grade, I think it is, or was. You know, it's been several years since I went to grade school, so who knows how it's like today. I know they start grading kids or get them used to the grading process way sooner now, but it's not necessarily something that prohibits you access to things permanently, like, you know, a high school grade does. I know they start grading kids in like kindergartens and stuff as to whether or not they are school ready, but that's more like a checklist of things that they need to be able to do to be considered ready for school. So for instance, they need to be able to tie their own shoes, something as basic as that. And I think there is value in it, because occasionally you get kids that land in proper school too early, and they suffer as a result. And some kids just never manage to catch up to a point where, they're quite ready by the end of school even. If you got an E in gym class and your teachers told you that if you get an F, it pulls down your grade so much that you have to redo 7 grades. Yes. Wait, what? I think it should be one of the main classes. Huh? I mean, I don't think that gym class should be graded at all. We were graded for our gym classes, like we got a grade for it, but that was I think it was a random selected thing. Another thing that you could get pulled to see, this is something I really hate with grade school, that okay, so you're 3 different classes on the same year, right? But class A, they get some different exams than class B and class C. Like everyone gets a little bit of variation. So some classes have to get examined in freaking religion, which back then was actually Christianity, like Christendom as in like Danish Christendom. So it wasn't even like they were just making the change over to the fact that it should just be called religion and needed to cover more than just Christianity, and not be biased towards that one religion. But you could still get drawn out and have to pass like a freaking Christianity focused exam, which is absolutely marvelous if you're, like me, not really considered Christian. Oh, IT. Yeah, I mean, when I went to grade school, IT was still an optional class and it was very new. And I'm gonna be honest, our IT teacher didn't know fucking shit. Like in comparison to what you'd expect, he didn't have a broad enough. Like, also, IT is just really broad. So I don't think you can just say, oh, IT period. Like you need to do some categorization, I think. Because IT otherwise covers web page creation, game development, heck, maybe even art creation, I don't know. It's not just simple things or like one collective thing. Because we in IT, we learned the basics of HTML and CSS, but I didn't learn anything from those classes at all. Like, it wasn't until high school that I actually learned any of that stuff. Yeah, we are also old as fuck. Well, you should know how to work a computer. We started using computers before we even started to have IT classes. Because they had like laptops in like a cabinet over at the library section of the school that teachers would borrow for like specific classes where it was required. Mostly, I think, it's been so long. Like when we needed to do some more complicated stuff or needed to do some research related things. Basically, then 40 years IT support gets obsolete. I don't think that will ever happen, Kevin. do consider that IT support is not just old Miss Nancy who can't turn on her PC. IT support is also like a guy sitting up in a windmill for Vestas who needs some IT support in terms of diagnostics from a remote location, you know. It's not that simple. There'll always be specialists, exactly. That being said, yeah, I think it's more like gonna be getting rid of the need for the average person to require IT assistance, I suppose. Because when you're out of grade school, you shouldn't need IT assistance anymore. That being said, you might still have an occasion or two where there's something really fucked going on. Your school system's totally garbage. Yeah, you're right, Kevin. I mean, I also encounter some pretty weird situations on occasion. Where I'm like, this person should know how this works, but they don't for some reason. And there obviously is a reason, but I'm just sometimes, when I encounter those people, I do get a little bit surprised, I should say. Like artists and game development companies might not even know how to install Photoshop, for instance. Something as simple as that, or which cables to their monitor they actually need to bring along if they're moving it around. Like, that shit is beyond my comprehension. I'm going to admit that. Estonia. Mind-blowing. Yeah. I'm obviously not going to name any names because the guy is, you know, he's an okay dude and everything. But like, how can you be the lead artist in a game development company and have issues with managing your own workspace, which is your PC? He's really good at art, like, you cannot argue on that at all. But it's still kind of funky to me that someone that talented would still need help with something that's, you know, to us is really basic. Ah, fuck. I didn't notice that this was completely off. God damn it. Just gonna, like, shimmy it on over here. I have followed too many Twitch streamers. Why do you bring that up, Andre? I just noticed it. There's only one you need to follow anyway. Yes and no. Yeah, I'm sure Andre would like to keep tabs on some of his colonists in some of the other streamers' areas, gameplays, sessions. You know what I mean. When do you get your paycheck? Well, if I recall correctly, you said that I should just give you moderator and you would keep people in check. Well, you didn't say in return for payment either. You know, one doesn't automatically instigate the other. Or the lack of one doesn't automatically... I work for free. My friendship comes at a cost. Doesn't it always? But yeah, just back to the whole education thing. I mean, the Danish education system isn't the best either. During university, like, one of the main reasons why I just don't want to go back to the school bench to continue, like, to get further education is because of exam anxiety specifically. I just can't deal with it anymore. It's just too much. It got really, really bad during the last, not the very last, but the second last year of my education, because the the exams started feeling more and more random, if that makes any sense. Finland is onto something. I heard their system should be quite good. Yeah, I wouldn't know. The main thing for me was just that, and that's, you know, it could be just a me thing, but there's probably other people that have had similar experiences in their life too during an education. But my experience was that they started feeling more and more random in terms of, like, it was getting harder and harder to figure out under what terms we were being graded and what I actually needed to focus on in order to get good grades, let alone pass a course, if that makes any sense. Because I would have exams where I would literally, like, spend every single day up till the exam, like a week in preparation for it. I had been to all the classes, I'd done all the exercises, and still, even though I practiced every day and wrote notes and everything, I still managed to fail certain exams. And I was just sitting there afterwards and like, okay, well, I did everything that I could, but still I did it wrong somehow. Like, I didn't focus on the right thing or something. And that really bugs me, even to this day, to the point where it gave me massive exam anxiety. Because I would just go to these exams super, like, anxious, and though I felt really prepared in terms of, like, okay, this is just how it is, I felt that, you know, did I do enough, you know? It was just not a good time. And these days I've just gotten so, towards the end I got so fed up with it. I was like, okay, at this point I just want to pass my final exams. I don't give a fuck about my grades, because if I continue to worry about them like this, I just, I would just not be able to cope with it. And that's probably the worst part about our educational system, I would say, is that sometimes you can prepare as much as you want, but, and it's not just university, it's also, I've had the same exact experience during my time in high school too. And sometimes you just, no matter how much you prepare, it's just not good enough for some reason. Oh, really? Yeah, it's really flawed. Also, a really weird thing is that some classes aren't even graded. They're just a pass-fail exam. And there's pros and cons to both. Where sometimes I'm like, okay, a lot of projects, like all of the semester projects, were so freaking massive in scope usually, like in terms of what you were supposed to be able to do, because it's not just, you don't need to just, you need to be able to write a report that's like, at least that's enough, that's coherent in a scientific language, is sourced correctly, formatted correctly, worded correctly, and still contain all the things it needs. And this is just, I'm just going to list the things from the very two that you were required for the very last projects. You needed to do statistical analysis. You needed to have a thing that you were testing. You needed to have a test set up and actually have done testing. As I said, analysis of that test and made some observations based off of that. You also needed to make a video about your project that documented, like that presented your project as a whole, so that you could see the video and then get an idea of what the project was supposed to be about, like a visual presentation, if you will. You also needed to have a portfolio for anything that you also wanted to be credited for. And there's just so many places where if you're sick for a week, you just don't get these things done, like one of these things done. Like it's that harsh. And while you're making your project, you also need to do your regular courses, which means going to lectures that you might not learn anything from, doing exercises for the courses, which sometimes you needed to do a mini project, sometimes you just needed to participate and then go to an exam. It was like really all out there. Need to be really good at one thing and then you need other thing next year. Yeah. So for exams, you need a topic to talk about, but there's topics you shouldn't talk about, but we don't tell you which are good or bad. Okay, thanks. Yeah, exactly. It's also like you will have been told this a million times that, the things that you're getting evaluated in are the semester curriculum. Like basically, what have you been doing? What have you been taught? And then your curriculum is gonna vary in size greatly between like just ridiculous amounts of very different things, or it'll be like a piece of cake, or there'll be basically nothing you need. I literally had like one of my last exams, oddly enough, was so easy I didn't even read up for it. I mean, what? For a master? The fuck is that? And then I had another course during the bachelor which I failed 3 times over before finally passing it. Like, I get it though. Should be said that they deliberately put the math exams earlier so that you wouldn't waste a lot of time in a study that maybe you couldn't cope. So they basically put the harder things first. It's worth noting that, obviously. That changes the thing a bit, but still, like, the difficulty level of courses was just so completely, like, very much all over the place. But yeah, sometimes not knowing what you're going to be asked to an exam is just the worst feeling ever. Or having prepared a lot of stuff that you're not even going to be asked about, that's probably even worse. Because then you feel like you're prepared, you're pretty confident going into the exam, and then you fail because you focused on the wrong thing. Because then not only did you put in a lot of wasted effort, but you're also feeling cheated and, what do you call it, misguided, right? It's just, the educational system needs like a rework. But it's also really weird, like going back to that whole thing about being graded or not. So we had a course called Advanced Audiovisual, just Advanced Audiovisual, which in layman terms just means fancy movie making. That's what it was about. Movie making with some more advanced or out there avant-garde like concepts, sort of to expand your pre-existing movie creation abilities and stuff. And for some reason, and our teacher didn't agree with this, he literally said that for some reason they decided that it would be a pass-fail exam, even though he'd pleaded that it would be graded because, and I get it, it's not a hard course, as he put it. And it really wasn't. Like, you literally just had to make a creative piece of, like a short film, and then if you implemented some kind of advanced audiovisual feature, you would, practically be able to pass 100%. And it was a group exam too, so it was really easy because you can bang off each other's competences and step in when there's something you're really good at. So there's a lot of ways to get easy points in it. And as he said, because it wasn't graded, he pleaded us to, even though it wasn't graded, to put a lot of effort into it, because although it was a really easy exam to pass, he basically told us that it was an opportunity for us to make something cool, but also try out some things that, if it doesn't completely go the way that you expect it to, it's not the end of the world. So you might as well put in a little bit of effort, because it wouldn't take much. And then, he would basically give us like, not a grading per se, because, he wasn't technically allowed to even, I think. But he would basically say like, okay, this is the level of quality he, like, give hints to the level of quality you'd achieved, how well it was made, and, generally speaking, what he thought about it. And I think that's one of those cases where, like, he was also saying, like, it didn't feel fair that, people could pass by putting in minimum effort, and then someone else having put in a lot of effort wouldn't get acknowledged for it. That was his whole point with it. And I get that, it sucks if you're having a course and it's really easy to pass, and you put, you know, some people put in minimum effort, and you're going over here busting your ass to make something really cool for everyone to, you know, to share with everyone. And then there's this other group of people that just don't, they just need a course, they want a course to pass because it was an optional course. So you had to choose between a couple of things, and this was just one of the options, which means that people that undertook this course did it deliberately as well. And you could cheese this system by choosing a course that might be easy to pass just for free bonus points, free ECTS, you know, the international point system for what your education is technically worth, I suppose. And yeah, I can get behind why you might want to actually grade certain people as a motivator in that case. But oh, it's never that easy, is it? So what other things can we play with here? Because we have a little bit of verticality. Heck is this? Oh, this is a chest. Okay. Like, you can also put traps in here and stuff, but I guess that can be useful. You would hide them using the hide feature. So what else do we have here? Got some furnitures, of course. Fences. Like, I could place down embellishments and stuff, but don't want to have to put more work into it than absolutely necessary. Containers. Because obviously, you know, I could put barrels around this ruin and everything, and to help provide some extra clutter and diversity in the terrain, because even with a few plants here, it's still relatively flat, you know. But it also has to fit the setting, doesn't it? Misc exterior. Oh, this might be something. Wait, is this like a multi-pot fountain? Oh, this is actually kind of clever. So if you put this down, like so, you can like stitch together your own fountain, I suppose. Doesn't quite look that too like it kind of works. I have a feeling this is supposed to be used as just a corner fountain, unless there's like an actual fountain somewhere. No? I mean, the fact that it's in 3 pots means that you can put together your own fountain like this. It just doesn't... I guess it looks okay from a distance. Yeah, from a distance it looks fine. It's only when you get up close that start noticing the oddities with this water shader. But it's okay. But because it's like 4-part, you can do some pretty cool stuff, like you can put it up in a corner, right? And it'll still fit. Like, it'll still work. That's a really good design decision. I think you can also snap these to the grid. Maybe that's just what you're supposed to do. But X snap to surface just kind of shimmies it along for some reason. Some gravestones, some hay bales, some rubble. Oh, this I like. Rubble is really useful. It's a good way of cluttering up stuff like ruins and such. Might not make the most storytelling sense unless you're placing them in front of, like, you know, places that have actual missing rocks. But I'm okay with like a little bit of suspension of disbelief if it helps break up the shapes a little bit. Oh yeah, I like these a lot. These are actually really cool. Don't know if that's a thing, but being able to disable collision would probably be a good thing as well, because I mean everything has a collider, so now if you're standing over here you're like halfway floating in the air in some locations. It's not the end of the world. And of course some of these things are going to be sticking through the walls and be like really weird on the outside, but that's okay. What do you use this for? Oh, this could be used for like if you say you have a wall that's broken and you have an entryway, I suppose. That's where this could be used, like, you know. Alright, Kevin, talk to you later. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to watch the time as well. Don't want it to become too late. I'll have some Genshin Impact to play still. Gotta do the dailies and stuff. I really need like a good way to snap these to the middle of things. Toggle grid. I mean, it just shows the grid. It doesn't exactly place things accordingly. Because obviously it's really useful that these things aren't permanently stuck to the grid, but I would also like the ability to actually stick them to a grid sometimes. These must have come with the Palisade update really recently, so these are like Palisade elements that are a little bit more dynamic. Maybe you can use these to like say like these are runes that have now been infested with hobgoblins or something. You could like make some ramparts that are like jury-rigged onto the walls of these ruins, and then use that as like a high ground or something, and then put down ladders so that you can get up that way, just for some high ground combat stuff. Now that I've made the two other areas like this with like a platform over there, I feel like this one is really empty. Again, this was also supposed to just be a template, so It's not like a major problem or anything. Mm-hmm. But it's like, oh man, that would be so cool. Like having a really vertical battle map with like ramparts going up and ladders and stuff. Of course, you would have to make it wide enough so that you can actually get an overview. Otherwise, it would just be a clusterfuck to play with, and I assume not that fun. But yeah, that could be something, right? Okay, so let's try and do something a little bit different with this room. So what I want to do is something shoot. Oh, I guess I would have to do it that way then. Damn it. Let's just undo all that. And see what happens if we put down like something like this in the middle of the room. And then maybe like a staircase on the back here so that you can get up to the high ground. Because at the end of the day, we also have to consider that, you know, these maps are going to be used for combat scenarios. So having some interesting locations for enemies to hang out at is obviously something we want to consider. I'm really glad that they didn't put restrictions on placing things and intersecting them, though. That could have been like a deal breaker. Do I want to do like this? And then some platform up here? Like so? Because we could also make it flush. But then, you know, yeah, we would have that issue, wouldn't we? Yeah. Let's just do this. Do we want to? Because I could do this. But then it would be really cramped in the back, and then, you know, it's maybe a bit much. Okay, this is something I didn't consider. Now, obviously, we have a little bit of a conundrum here, I suppose. But maybe, just maybe this is good enough. Yeah, I think this is an okay compromise. Alternatively, I would just move this platform in the back up, but I think it's interesting to have that small height change between those two areas. Okay, now what though? So what are these anyway? These are like... Oh, these are like prison cell things, aren't they? So it's like... Yeah, see, prison cells. That might come in handy at some point. Could try something interesting here as well, with like a slight height change like so. How would that work over here? Okay, it would work okay-ish. Let's just take a 2x2. Just to eliminate any possibility of having gaps in there. Okay, I think this is a good shape. For this room, let's go into nature. Get just a little bit of greenery in here. Oh, it's, of course, we already have that. Forgot that we used those from the template. Can just switch it up a little bit. Obviously, we need to add some to the middle section here. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that these roots exist. I really like them though. Roots are also a really good way of, really good way of breaking up the shaping a lot. While also making things look more weathered, old, and more organic, most importantly. Like for instance, if we add a root to this, it becomes a completely new shape, you know? Something as simple as that. Something else I might want to look into is lighting. Lights. We don't really have that many lighting options, and obviously, you know, you could argue, okay, but Dragon, if this is supposed to be a ruin, who put the lights there? I don't know. If video games can get away with it, then so can I. You know, a lot of people would say that, oh, here are these ancient old ruins that haven't been set foot in for like thousands of years. If that even does it. But why are all the torches in there lit? For some games, they actually try and they actually put in some lore-based things that actually explain it. Like Skyrim, for instance, if I remember correctly. You have all the Draugr tombs and stuff. And hold on. Oh, I thought you could turn these on and off. Maybe it's not all things. I thought there were some you could turn on and off. Anyways, so the Draugr ruins are a good example of this. Because some of the Draugr ruins in Skyrim have torches lit up all over the place. And you would be saying like, but it's a tomb, so why? Well, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong on this, but if I remember correctly, the Draugr actually function as, what do you even call it, stewards or whatever? They basically maintain these ruins. So the ones keeping all the torches lit are the Draugr. How they're getting the supplies to do that, that's a completely different question. Don't ask me that. But if I remember correctly, that's basically the general gist of it. I feel I've made a lot of good progress today, though. It's not really that hard, just making an expressionistic, I suppose, dungeon layout. Or elements for a dungeon layout. I guess it's... Oh, impressionistic would be if you've taken like inspiration from someone or something, I suppose. Expressionistic is what, like, you know, you're just putting things on there, like what you feeling like in the moment. That's kind of what I'm doing anyway at the moment, so Like I get like a very quick vision or visualization in my head on what I want to sort of achieve, and then I try and go for that, and then if I see something that I want to try with it, then, you know, I'll consider adding that into the thing. Like for instance, I have contemplated adding those ramparts in just for more diversity, but for these particular instances, I probably won't do that. But yeah, that could be pretty cool. Like also imagine in a hallway like this, have like some ramparts up here, for instance, and then another one up here, and your party comes along like, and you make them roll a perception check and they fail and their passive perception isn't high enough, and out of nowhere like these enemies that were hiding up on these ramparts pop out because they were like small goblins or something, and they start shooting at you. Then you could feasibly have your party in the middle of this and be surrounded that way. You know, it's just one example of using it. I really like these small stones and rocks and tiles that are broken off and everything. They not only help break the shaping off the walls so that when you look down a hallway it's not just a flat wall, you know, but it also helps what do you call it? Make the repeating patterns in the stone tiles even less obvious. I know we are already doing a lot of work remembering to rotate a lot of them and stuff, but you know, can do many things to improve the quality of your work after all. Okay, let's put that there. Don't want to go too overboard with these though, because they are a little bit more intrusive in terms of the actual terrain here, and I do want to keep these relatively flat. Because the challenge here is more that if you get into a fight in an area like this, can't really run anywhere, you know? You can't climb up the walls because they're supposed to be like probably 10 times the height of this in reality. I'm just not going to bother building them that high because, you know, for the sake of the campaign, it doesn't really, or for the sake of gameplay, it doesn't really help, since you'll just be doing this anyway. Lowering the oh yeah, I need to get close. That's why I wasn't doing it. But you'll just be doing this anyway, you know. So it just gives you the impression that this is like taller than it may seem. Okay. So we made 6 different types of planes. Yeah, I guess having the plane set up in this way makes it easier to roll a random number. When it comes to these hallways, I only really have like, you know, I can roll a d4 for what kind of room it should be. Or no, not even that, because, yeah, okay. Because this shaping is determined off a non-random factor. It's like where they move in the campaign, so that's a little bit different. I think it's okay to just reuse the same straight hallway, you know, it's just that, a simple straight hallway anyway. Way. I was contemplating for a moment though to have one of these layouts where I would utilize these grates here and have like a water thing going through just for it to feel different. But I realized that if I want to do that, I need to move all of these areas further up, and in order so that I don't have to keep changing this, and then every room I make that needs to make use of water in here would need to be on the exact same level, so I wouldn't have to pull the water up and down all the time. So instead of dealing with that for now, I'm just keeping it as this. I think it's pretty solid. Might want some few more greens on this one because it's looking a little bit bland in the middle here still. So single fern there. Because this platform up here looks really empty. There we go, this is a little bit better. Okay, so far so good. I'm just looking at my old reference material here that I don't want to share for a couple of reasons. Just to see if there's anything else that I need to consider. I think it's okay. Oh, okay, I do need one of those. Probably not, but I'll make one anyways. There was one thing I didn't have yet, and that's a T. We have a bend, a straight section, a T section, but not a cross section. So I think that's the last thing I'll probably make for this. I think that should be pretty all-encompassing, as they say. Little bit of tile randomness. Okay, maybe a little bit longer. Something like that. And then have the intersection in here in the middle. Middle is maybe a bit of a strong word, but I think you get the point. It's just a approximate middle point. But yeah, this is a little bit more draining than just playing video games, because you actually have to, you know, this is technically work in my case. Like if you were working as a level designer in a game company, this is pretty much what a good chunk of your time will be spent doing anyway. And then you would be getting paid directly for it, so... Let's see... Link. I do enjoy this kind of stuff though. Like world building is one of my favorite pastime hobbies, I suppose you can say. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to work with professionally, but apparently no one thinks I'm good enough as a actual level designer. Either that or, well, no, that's wrong. That would be an overstatement. Some people that I've contacted do, from what I could get out of them at least, think that I do a pretty good job and my work looks pretty good. But then they just can't hire you because they can't afford to have you, and they might not have the need either. And that's just, you know, when applying for jobs and you always keep getting that response, eventually you lose interest in even trying anymore. Which I know is a bit of a bad mentality to have, but it's just what it is. But then I can at least share my experience with you guys. And that also has its value, doesn't it? Let's get some of these. I was just about to say, get some of this patented stone block pillar layout in here. Obviously not patented. It's just saying shit. Okay. Let's start. Let's put some light sources in, sort of haphazardly at random. Not too many in like one location. Just because I want to have them a little bit spread out. Then back to placing some grates, and we don't want that one, we want this one. Also, again, just placing them a little bit sort of haphazardly where I feel that they fit in. Let's do these next. Then some of those. I think you can get away with a lot in terms of repetitiveness here. Like having two on either side of the wall, I think is perfectly fine. It's just don't do it for every single hallway, then it starts becoming like there's a bigger chance of people noticing. And though it's not a beauty contest, I still want to spoil my players a little bit. Or at least try and make something that looks nice for them. And I hope they will appreciate it. I'm getting a little bit tired though. So this will probably be the last thing that I do for today. And then, yeah, I'll have to think about what I need to do next. Because, still could use some more generic battle map areas. Like some other things that I could probably use is just like a small cityscape street, or like we did make some plains areas, but I think I also would like to have some roaded areas that I can plonk them into. Because sometimes, you know, when the party is traveling alongside a road, it makes more sense that it wouldn't be a completely empty field that they were fighting, and they would be fighting on the actual road, you know? Just for that added immersion, I suppose. And I totally forgot that we had these things as well. It's okay. Can always add in details later. But yeah, it's like with this tail spire, I feel that it's definitely a valid and pretty good strategy to work with the like a semi-random, like non-perfect placement of things. So like, you know how I've been placing walls here, so instead of that, you know, some people might think like, oh, okay, I'm making a hallway, so I have to place the walls like so, and then the walls on the next level need to be like so, and then if I need to finish off the wall, it needs to be like a half wall, you know, so they become staggered like this. And that's also a perfectly fine way to build it, but I think there's more value in the semi-randomness of the textures here that you get from using smaller pieces even in places where you don't need to. Because it also, like, you know, here with this pattern, you're kind of locked, because if you want one of these, you know, you would have to put it there. You couldn't put it there, for instance. So by not being too rigid with that, I think you get more value out of the diversity of the blocks. Obviously, you know, these you are forced to stack on top of each other because there's only that one piece, but that's perfectly fine. It does what it's supposed to. It's a rounded corner. Easy. Naturally, this does suffer from the same issue that games like Medieval Engineers have, where you can't make like perfectly round stuff, for instance. Like it's just not doable. Because the closest you can get is like yeah, no, it doesn't really work. Like you can get like this, I suppose, but they kind of overlap. And even then, you know, it's not exactly round. And you get this weird like square pattern in the middle. Or you could do the one like we did in that other room over yonder. And that obviously is not, it's rounded, but it's not round, you know? And that's just the limitations of being stuck with these predefined shapes. And that's why video games like Ark Survival Evolved or Rust or any other game that uses a similar building system, they tend to use what do you call it? The equidistant triangles setup kind of thing, along with squares. So, you know, in a square, how all the four sides on this square here is equidistant, you know, they're the same length. You know, if you add a triangle onto this that is the same, like where each side is that same length as well, you know, you can, I obviously can't show it here because it's not possible in this system, but you get the point. It allows you to do some semi-rounded stuff by interchanging the squares and the triangles, so to speak. And it's a okay system for allowing you to make circular things of any diameter, because if you need a bigger diameter, you just do more interchanging patterns around the edge to give you like that extra roundedness you need. Obviously, it's not perfectly round though, so it's a bit of a compromise. Because the only other way to get around it is to have a literal rounded piece for every single, you know, diameter of that curve that you want. Radius of that curve you want, sorry. And that quickly becomes a problem where developers have to make a lot of assets just because people want those options, I suppose. And then the question becomes, well, which ones should you include? Which ones should you not? And especially in something like Arc, of course, you already have a lot of different things you can build, so cluttering up the build menu with a lot of extra things might be, you know, undesirable. And we can use just a single mushroom here just to break up the shape a little bit. Should we try putting in like a skeletal piece here or something? Nah, I think that's stands out too much. Let's rather not. That's another thing, like you don't want to... You want to like stick to like a tile set where you repeatedly use the same things over and over again, because I guess that makes you like more inclined to not notice it, because, oh, okay, it's a similar thing, it's just placed somewhere else, but it's the same, you know, it's the same repeating pattern, so you don't notice when the pattern repeats for some reason as much, I suppose. But that's probably because you don't have anything that sticks out like a sore thumb, like a unique detail that you only, like for instance, if I were to place a cactus in here, no matter how you slice and dice it, it would always seem out of place. Not just because it doesn't fit the theme of this ruin area, but because I also don't use it literally anywhere else in this whole like collection of not tunnel pieces, yeah, ruin elements. So also the color scheme here, you know, is brown and greenish for the most part. There's not really a lot of color going on. Like I haven't even been using any flowers or anything. But then again, you don't really have a big selection to begin with, so it's not like I could do much with it anyway. And that's, you know, if you put a purple flower in here, that would definitely stick out as well. Another thing to look for is also the density of props. You don't want to put too much stuff into one place either, because then you get an imbalance. Like say you have like one corner over here where you have like a bench set up with like a small plate of food and some stuff littering down on the floor and a dead corpse. That's like a lot of specific detail that seems like something that would be important, but it might not be, you know. And players will probably think that it's so important that they need to go and actually investigate it. And as a DM, you know, the last thing you want to do, even if by accident, is to not necessarily mislead your characters, but get them sidetracked, because they'll end up spending time on something that doesn't really go anywhere. Okay, do we want to do more? Okay, that should do it. I think this is pretty cool. Okay, so something else I want to look at in here is the atmosphere settings. Because we can do a couple of things here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did I? Yes. Come on. There we go. That's why it was looking so freaking weird. The exposure wasn't up. So it didn't look as, like, it looked really toned down. You know, it was like this. But the default setting's like a 1.0 exposure. That reminds me. Kind of want to try this. Oh, this is maybe a bit too much. Like, I want this to feel a bit warmer, so I would like to try and use the warm post-processing effect. Just slightly, not too much. A little bit of fog helps give you a bit of depth in the horizon there, so it doesn't seem as flat. And then haven't really messed around with the... Oh, that's what this one is. Okay, so this is like how close to sunrise. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. So what if I did it on the ups? Oh man, okay. You can actually make like a sunset or sunrise. So in one end it becomes like really red. Holy shit, this is red. Okay. It's a little bit overkill though. So what is this thing? Okay, so this is the sun's position in the sky. Okay. So I want to keep it warm for that slightly tropical like feel. I know I didn't use palms here, but summer or whatever. Needs to be like as a what do you call it? Pleasant place. Create GM block from settings. Oh, you can do that as well. Okay, that's cool. So I guess if you want to copy your settings from one thing over to another, you could probably do it that way relatively easy. Create a GM block and then just select it and then Control C it, and then Control V it into the other one. The reason I'm messing around with these shadows is because, you know, gives atmosphere. Of course, we can up the exposure a little bit to make it feel like even more warm, I suppose. Ah, the music here is a little bit loud. Almost gives me Diablo vibes. Tristram vibes. Mysterious place. Tailspire theme. Tavern. Brawling good. Has to be a tavern. There we go. There we go. That was the music. I meant to do the ambient thing. God, the noise. Let's just do the quiet thing. So if we switch over to LeMaze, because this place has different settings, we can try and set up these. So if we want to do this at nighttime but still have shadows, like we can totally do that. Can even increase the exposure so that it doesn't feel like it feels as if it's nighttime, you know, but it's not so dark you can't see yourself, you know. 215 seems pretty good. And then we can play with the sun placement in the sky, because like I've said at some earlier point, these walls are supposed to be like 10 times as tall in terms of the in-universe thing. So if we move the... Yeah, we can do it a little bit. If we move the sun around, we can kind of create this illusion, if you will. And you could argue, it's just because the sun is like higher up than, or the moon in this case, I suppose, you know, because that's what it's supposed to be. I guess we don't want to overdo it either, because we want people to be able to see what they're doing. Slight fog. Any post effects though? Like this greens effect is really cool if you want to make things feel more verdant as well. So if you want to make like a really swampy swamp, you can really push that feeling home by using these post effects as well. Similarly, if you want to make something feel really cold, you just whack that frozen post effect on there and put it a little bit up. Then anything that's even grass looks cold, you know. Enchanted makes everything look a little bit more purplish. Warm, we've already tried. Isolated red, that's like, yeah, everything becomes gray and red. So this is more like a noir kind of filter, if you will. Bleach, I think it desaturates things and makes them darker, I suppose. Maybe also less contrasty. You know, you don't really need to use one. If we use the warm one, you know, even though it's not now, it almost feels like it's staying again. It's just really weird with the coloring. So if I want to use any of these, it would probably be the cold, because that brings up a bit of the lighting as well. and it feels more like the night where it's supposed to be colder anyways. So, you know, when we look at the torches, for instance, they don't look as warm as if we use none, you know? Because here they're very nice and red, but as soon as we put frozen on, they're like more washed out and almost, you know, whitish. Actually, let's just not use any. I think that's perfectly acceptable. You can also change the sky. There's a green slump and a darkness one, but we'll be using that. Probably not gonna use it. Dungeon. Because the dungeon sounds like it's indoors. Yeah, that's not what this is. I do want this slightly eerie feeling though, so graveyard could be a thing. Eerie wind. It's good to see a lot of battle themes here. I'll just keep it as silent for now. Because this is something like you could just change on the fly, and since the way that I've organized everything in like this one area, it should be okay. Alright, so something I do want to do is to move this over just a slight tad. And then I want to move this new thing that we just made over closer just because it makes it easier to find. There we go. Yeah. And it doesn't intersect there, so that's perfectly fine too. Oh. Well, I think that is it for today. Made some pretty good progress. 6 plains tiles. 4 in-cap rooms. I am kind of counting this completely into one in case I ever decide to use it. You know, you can. A cross section, a T-cross section, a bend, and a straight. So overall, a pretty productive day. And these, you know, are really simple too, so you can crank these out relatively easy. You know, I made a good amount of stuff today. Heck, I could even put all the plains maps all in one area, I suppose. But then I wouldn't be able to roll for them. And it might be a bit harder to manage that way, we'll see. I'm not entirely sure on how crowded this is going to be when you create a lot of boards slowly. I'm a little bit worried navigating this list. It is sorted alphabetically though, it seems, so as long as you give them proper naming conventions, you should be fine. And if there's something you use very frequently, like the interdimensional tavern, you could literally just put a 0 in front of that, I suppose. Are numbers counted before letters? Or is... usually they are, aren't they? Or you could just put an A in front of it. It's not like it matters. But yeah. Oh, that door's still open. Close that. Well, for anyone that came by today, I hope you learned something, or you found this interesting in some way or another, and maybe want to come hang out next time I play around with this. We'll see if I'll work on more battle maps tomorrow. I'm not sure. I might work on the actual world map. Okay, calm down, game. I should probably just stayed into that freaking planes where there's no sound. There we go. But I'll probably, like, I do have a lot of stuff that I need to do, and I don't know exactly if preparing the actual encounters are going to be interesting for you guys to witness the creation of, because it's going to be a lot of rummaging around text documents and books and stuff, and potentially just me sitting down and reading for maybe half an hour, who knows. Maybe when I'm a little bit more comfortable with making encounters for 5th edition, it might make more sense to do a session like this with that. But for Tailspire, it seems like okay. I think I can manage you guys in chat hanging out while also getting stuff done and sharing my insights, hopefully something you can learn. But anyways, I think that's enough for today. I hope that you had a good time, and I'll